Okay, we're going live. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, January 27th. Welcome to everyone watching, and I am Kelly McNicholas Curry, the board chair, and joining us from home are our commissioners, our newest commissioner, Francie Jacober, Greg Poshman, Steve Child, and Patty Clapper, along with staff to support us through our agenda today. So I'll start. John Peacock, our county manager, I'll check in with you about any additions or deletions to the agenda, please.
Thanks, Kelly. We don't have any additions or deletions from the agenda. However, we do have one change that has been recommended to the Diamond J Ranch liquor license application, that be moved to item 18 right before land use in order to accommodate an unavoidable schedule conflict with the applicant. And so if the board, I believe, would need to move that change of the agenda to place that item as number 18.
Okay, Steve.
I'll move to change that to item number 18 on the agenda. Second.
Thank you, Steve and Greg.
Kelly?
Yes, Patty.
Yeah, we already have a number 18, so it should probably be 18A or 18B or something, because that's going to be confusing if we have two items 18 on the same agenda.
Yep.
Thanks,
Make
Matt.
it 17B.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is that a friendly amendment? Can I call for a vote of the board, please, to make this amendment to the agenda to move the liquor license application for Buell Retreat at Diamond J Lodge down from item 4 to item 17B? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, thanks, John. And we will open up our meeting to public comment. We welcome the members of the public to call in and comment on items that are not listed on our agenda for public hearing today. You have 3 minutes, and we will go in turn and try and reach everyone. So let's see here. Terry, how many participants do we have?
We have one.
Or attendees. Okay. Phone number entering in 8797. Can you please unmute yourself and address the board?
Hi, Kelly. There's two of us here. It's Lee Mulcahy, and I understand that you were going to play the video for me, though, and then Mama Sandy'd like to speak after that, please, ma'am.
Sure, and we've been successfully able to queue that up. So we'll go ahead. I'll ask Terry to share his screen, and we will run that interview you requested for 3 minutes.
So I don't think of you as someone given to hyperbole. You're not throwing wild charges out there. You measure your words. You said you are concerned that we are moving towards a police state. Tell us why you're worried.
Well, Tucker, the very first thing that any president does after they've gotten elected, any member of Congress, and every one of us who has served in the military, is we take an oath. And we swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The reason that this is the first thing that we do is because our Constitution is the foundation of this country, right, and who we are. It is what guarantees us our civil liberties, our freedoms that are endowed to us not by any man or person in government, but are endowed to us by our Creator. And so this is something that we must all unite around. This is something that we recognize that those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th trying to stop Congress from fulfilling their constitutional responsibilities, they were acting as domestic terrorists, undermining our Constitution. As you pointed out in my video, those like John Brennan, Adam Schiff, and others are also acting as domestic terrorists because they are also undermining our Constitution by trying to take away our civil liberties and rights that are guaranteed to us. If you don't mind, I'd like to just quote John Brennan directly so that people can't say I'm taking this out of context. Directly, yes. John Brennan says, members of the Biden team who have been nominated or appointed are now moving in laser-like fashion to try to uncover as much as they can about what looks very similar to insurgency movements they've seen overseas, where they germinate in different parts of the country and gain strength and bring together an unholy alliance, frequently of religious extremists, authoritarians, fascists, bigots, racists, nativists, and even libertarians. This is the extent that they are going to try to undermine the rights and freedoms that are guaranteed to every one of us, and it's incredibly dangerous.
It is so dangerous, and it's also happening on a greater scale we've never seen before, because as you point out in the video that I hope every one of our viewers will find on the internet, it isn't simply government officials and our intel and law enforcement agencies, it's also private businesses. It's these giant tech monopolies. What can the rest of us do to protect ourselves, to keep free speech alive in a moment when it's being crushed all around us?
First of all, keep speaking. I think this is the most important thing at a time when there is so much fear and threats and the kind of fomenting of fear that we're seeing coming from the likes of John Brennan. Take a stand. We must all take a stand and unite around these principles in our Constitution and continue to speak freely, whether
Terry,
it be in person, on the street corner, or on these virtual public squares.
And thank you, Lee, for sharing that. If Sandy would like to join you on the phone for 3 minutes, we welcome her to do so now.
Hi, this is Sandy Mulcahy. Yesterday, there was a call from Judge Selden's clerk. I was to pay a $420 charge to the court for APSHA's suppressed from the public view conviction suit against me and Lee. APSHA is actively arguing CDC COVID-19 rules don't apply to them. That makes no sense to me. Highway robbery and one more abuse from an out-of-control APSHA. I am evicted during a pandemic and asked to pay APSHA's suit against me. That makes no sense. I have asked for a jury trial, but APSHA is arguing that I should not be allowed that possibility. The difference between Aspen and China, we speak English in Aspen. We need 3 votes on this board to direct our neighbor Kelly, APSHA's representative, to pursue settlement. We plead with you to accept the U.S. 10th Circuit's decision to end this unnecessary legal fight that is causing and costing taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars. Attorney's fees, the court has already ruled, will never recover. There is no demonstrable public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mulcahy. I don't see any other callers who have called in, and just want to check in and give it a minute for the public to call in if they would like to give public comment. We'll wait just a few seconds. Okay, seeing no additional callers, I will move on to commissioner comments. Fellow commissioners, any comments today? Yes, Steve.
First of all, I would like to pass on praise that people who have gotten their vaccinations at the music tent parking lot have been very impressed with the operation that's been set up there for just a smooth, streamlined operation that has been able to vaccinate a large number of people in a short time. I hope that we can get a more larger and more reliable supply of vaccines so we can keep doing the vaccinations there and get lots and lots of people to be able to go through. On another note, there is an effort to collect electric heaters which were distributed by Black Hills Energy to people during the gas outage. Anyone who does not want their heater, which was given to you by Black Hills, have the option of donating it to a group which is taking electric heaters to 2 Lakota Indian reservations in South Dakota, the Pine Ridge Reservation and the Cheyenne River Reservation. If we end up with too many heaters, then there is also a connection with the Navajo Reservation to take some of them there. So if anyone is interested in donating the heater you received from Black Hills Energy, or perhaps another electric space heater that you have that you would like to donate, you can take them to the Aspen Fire Station, and in the lobby there is a space there for leaving them. They're only taking these through February 15th. They need to get them delivered up during the winter time, so they'll be of use to the Lakota people. So thank you if you're able to make that donation.
Thank you, Steve. Any other commissioner comments today? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'll just take a moment. I want to quickly honor Hank Aaron, the baseball legend who passed away last week. Baseball is my favorite sport, and you know, Hank really shattered some ceilings. There continues to be an award named after him. He's the, let's see, 3rd all-time in hits, 1st in total bases, 4th in runs scored. And I just want to note, you know, when Hank Aaron was closing in on Babe Ruth's home run record, that there were threats on his life, that a black man would surpass the record of such a legendary white man in our country's narrative. And I just found this to be really striking in reading that about Hank's history, because, you know, I'm reading the book Caste, which looks at race relations and history of treatment of African Americans in our country. And, you know, it, for me, showed me that there's this myth that if people just pull themselves up by their bootstraps, if they work really hard, if, you know, they make achievements and gain merit in life, that they will get ahead in stature. And I think Hank's story just showed for me that that is not true, and that is actually just a narrative that we continue to use to keep people down, while giving the false impression that minorities and people of color can get ahead. So I've been thinking a lot on this topic because I'm reading this book now at the probing of Roger Merolt's recent article in the Times. And, you know, I just want to honor my favorite sport, honor Hank Aaron, and honor the continued work towards equity that I have to do personally, and I think we have to do as a society. And I hope that we, you know, forge ahead in a new chapter of achieving progress there. So thanks for my diatribe. And then I also want to just take every opportunity we can to remind the community that there is help available for individuals and families in our community and in the Roaring Fork Valley that have faced layoffs or have faced financial hardship due to COVID-19 restrictions, and to please visit Pitkin County's covid19.com/get-help page in order to access all the resources available to you. So with that, I will move to our consent agenda. We have one item on the consent agenda today, and I will look for a motion to approve unless there is some discussion on that item, which is the minutes of January 13th. Steve.
I'll move to approve the minutes of January 13th.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, I'll note approval there. And we'll move on to item number 2, which is our first item for individual consideration and public hearing. These are one reading public hearings. a resolution to recommend the Emma Store building future use. And nice to see our open space staff. Thanks for joining us today on this topic, and I'll turn it over to Gary to introduce your team.
Thanks, Kelly. I'm Gary Tenenbaum, Director of Picken County Open Space and Trails, and we're pleased to be here today to talk about the Emma Store buildings. I guess I wasn't in on the memo about putting that as my background, as both Jesse and Lindsay have it as their background. So I gave you snow instead of the building. But we are, Open Space and Trails has been working with the community, for a really long time, and Jesse will go through that, about what are the potentials for this property here. And to give you background, we purchased the Emma Store buildings with the Mather House and 12 acres in 2008. And at the time, the buildings were falling apart, and the former owner was potentially, looking for ways to either, get a land use approval or to demolish them. And so the county stepped in and purchased them. And by purchasing them, we then had the responsibility of stabilizing them. And we went through state historic grants and Picken County funding to make those buildings stable. But there was always the question of what is next. And so the question of what's next really, is a tough one. Open Space and Trails is historic preservation in 2008 was not part of our charter. It wasn't until 2016 that the voters approved it to be part of the charter. And so all we could really do is sit there and say it's stabilized, and then we did find some type of use for them. They store recycle in the winter, which is great. It's a great service, but there could be so much more. And with the charter allowing us to look at historic preservation, we worked to restore the Mather House next door last summer. It looks great. Now, what's next for these buildings? And so it was tasked to both Lindsay and Jesse to really develop a steering committee of the community and, people who are really interested in trying to figure out what's next. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jesse and to really go through, or Lindsay, whichever one wants to take it and kind of go through the planning process.
Sure. Thanks for that introduction, Gary. And I'll pull up the plan and share my screen here. All right. Can you all see the plan? I'll start at the beginning. All right. So, kind of taking you back to the schedule that we were working with, this is all following the 2017 Emma Open Space Management Plan that looked at the whole parcels on both sides of the highway, including the orchard and the area that's now Two Roots Farm. And it really became apparent during that planning process that we needed a really direct effort to just look at these buildings by themselves and take them under further consideration. And so our board actually received a lot of applications to join the steering committee and appointed 9 members from the community to join back in almost a year ago today, in January 2019. And these 9 people have put in a huge amount of effort over the last year and a half, starting in April. So I do want to just read through their names and call them out to say thank you for their effort. And, in addition to meetings, they read extensive reports and did a lot of homework on their own and have really been instrumental in drafting this plan. So Raul Garais, I probably am butchering his name, Carolyn Chip, Harry Teague, Misty Repkin, Martha Ferguson, Jason Smith, Liz Newman was our Emma Caucus representative. Margaret Simmons also participated as an alternate and caucus rep, and then Watkins and Sarah from the town of Basalt, as well as James, kind of took turns throughout the process. It was mainly Sarah that was representing the town of Basalt. And then we had Matt Annabelle from the Historic Society liaison. He kind of represented those groups on our committee. And then from our Open Space and Trails board, we had Michael Kinsley representing. And then Susanna Reed from the County Historic Preservation Officer, not from, but the County Historic Preservation Officer served on the committee and was a great resource, answering lots of questions along the way. We also had participation from the state historic grant fund from Kim Grant, who was a great resource throughout this and provided some guidance to the community and resources. So he was also a very important person as we got started on this. So back in April, the committee was formed or had our first meeting and met throughout and had a lot of background documents and different reports that were drafted and studied by the group over the time. And really we worked through a lot of different things to come up with a vision statement that everybody could support. And we wordsmithed it over a number of meetings and throughout the process. But what the group came up with was that Emma Store buildings will honor their historic agricultural roots, the natural environment and character of Emma, and provide a space that is accessible to the community and celebrates the innovative spirit of this location. So that vision statement is really the guiding framework for the future use of the buildings and what any proposals will be compared against. So back in September, we were ready with our draft plan and came to you guys on September 15th to present what was out for public comment. And we collected public comment on that for just over a month and received some really great feedback from the community, at large, which I'll touch on a little bit later in the presentation. But the steering committee came back after that comment period closed on December 1st and went through all the comments together and drafted a few minor tweaks. There was nothing really too substantial in the changes that coming from the public comments and the board comments that we received. But we did make a couple of changes and then went back to our board on January 7th, the Open Space and Trails board, and presented the plan and the changes and received their recommendation to take this plan to you guys today for your endorsement, so that we can kind of move forward with the action steps. So that's the background of the schedule, and I won't get into all of the details that Lindsay went through on the 14th or back in September, but I will kind of just give an overview of some of the recommendations and what's the heart of the document. So really, I just wanted to revisit what we're really talking about as the town site of Emma. And it's the three buildings, the store and the warehouse, and then a little outbuilding out back whose use has been debated over the years, whether it's a powder house or a barn, or we don't have any great proof one way or the other of what its past use was. So that's really the Emma town site that we're speaking about. So kind of after we established the vision statement with the committee, we kind of went through a lot of the site strengths and the site challenges and kind of going through all of those. And really these historic buildings have such potential, and some of the strengths are also challenges, and so it really goes back and forth. But really, the historic buildings themselves are a huge asset. The county's effort to protect them has been significant and prevent them from deteriorating into a pile of rubble. They're definitely an important element on our local landscape, and from the highway they can be seen from far away, and they certainly are a landmark for a lot of people. There's also about 7,000 square feet when the buildings were restored. the exteriors were restored, but the buildings are left largely empty on the inside. There's no plumbing or finishings of any kind, no windows. So, but have the potential for about 7,000 square feet of leasable space. And then when they were restored, we retained a lot of the architectural flexibility to have the entrance come from the back and to potentially connect the building from the interior. So there's a lot of different ways to approach their future use. As I said, kind of location is a big asset for these buildings as well as a challenge. But the site is located pretty much halfway between the Willits Town Center and the town of BOCC, along the highway and along the bike paths. And both the Rio Grande Trail and the Emma Trail pass by very closely to the building. So it certainly has recreational as well as commuting potential by bike and other non-motorized transit. So those connections to recreation, the visibility of the site, and then the location between the two hubs of the SALT community. And then the history of the site itself is really important and fascinating. The story of Emma has been so fun to learn about throughout this process, both in the management plan process as well as kind of digging into the buildings a little bit more. But they used to be used as an old store and warehouse building at, serving a large geography throughout the valley. And then, you know, as their use changed over the years, it was used as a dance hall and always was a community gathering space for a lot of different uses, as well as agricultural uses and storage and all kinds of things over the years. But really, Emma itself is also pulls along a lot of the agricultural and ranching history of our valley, and so kind of pulling on those themes is an important element of the buildings and the future use, hopefully, as well as the opportunity to fill a community need. So the site could be used to fulfill something that's not currently being fulfilled, and that's yet to be determined. So kind of going forward into the site challenges and potential solutions, this site is definitely constrained in a lot of ways, but it also has a lot of opportunities. But the proximity to the highway kind of presents challenges as far as the vehicular noise and the snow and debris flow, or debris from the highway from the plowing in the winter is certainly a challenge that would need to be addressed with any future use. Right now we have the temporary facade that goes up in the winter, but it's not the best long-term solution, I would say. But then we also kind of looked at, as a committee, the mitigation strategies for each of these. So kind of looking at a highway barrier, what we could put up along the side to prevent the spoils from, you know, impacting the buildings and deteriorating the brick over the time. Architectural strategies such as soundproof windows. You know, when you get inside the buildings, there is a sense that you kind of, if you shut the door, the highway does fade into the background somewhat. And with some creative architectural strategies, that could be certainly advanced more, as well as kind of relocating the entrance from the back of the buildings instead of squeezing between the highway and the buildings themselves to get into the buildings. Trail realignment was one thing that comes through as a recommendation forward, and that's to realign the trail, the Emma Trail, to go around the back side of the buildings. And a specific alignment hasn't been fully executed or planned, but the idea would be to allow the public to come through and experience the buildings on the quieter side and give the space between the highway and the buildings a little bit more flexibility for any other mitigation strategies. And then other ideas, kind of bigger concept ideas, would be to relocate the buildings further back, not changing their total site, but moving them backwards on the site, which presents a lot of challenges in and of itself and pros and cons that would need to be evaluated, but it is in here as a potential option for a future use of the site. And then the other one that comes up, and we wanted from the last draft to make sure that we add that while this option of lowering Highway 82 is in there and was discussed with the committee, it is not something that we have evaluated, studied, but it most likely to be cost prohibitive. But there is potential for it. I think it's Lindsay's favorite option. So some of the other site constraints that we looked at was the site access from Highway 82 and the chip generation limits, and this is probably one of the more substantial constraints on the site. And we did a traffic study back in 2013, so it's a bit dated and would need to be updated with any future proposal that comes forward. But as a lot has changed in the Mid-Valley since 2013. But this traffic impact study really limited the vehicular trip generation recommendations to a handful of uses, or kind of not uses necessarily, but vehicles that could be accommodated with the current infrastructure around the site. And so that's pretty constraining, but there are options to address that, such as, focusing on transit and getting people to the site with alternative means, such as the bike path and other ways. So there are potential workarounds to work within those constraints. And then building systems and critical infrastructure. The septic and on-site wastewater treatment system has some limitations, as well as the water well, and then parking on site is a little bit limited as far as how many cars could actually park after they arrive to the site. So those are some of the constraints that would need to be addressed with any future use scenario. Then we really get into the steering committee recommendations, and this was the exciting and somewhat, and can be frustrating part of the steering committee process, where we kind of worked through a lot of the ideas that were generated by the committee and that have been brought forward by the public, and kind of evaluated how those fit in with the site and with the vision statement. So we really, as a committee, came up with 6 parameters for future use, which is the heart of the document and the guiding kind of framework for any use that would go into this site. And so the first, obviously, is that it advances the vision statement. So the vision statement remains one of the most important things that the committee wanted to emphasize with finding future use. The second is that it's compatible with those traffic generation limits and safety requirements for vehicular access and egress. And then compatibility with the BOCC master plan is also really important. The plan really emphasizes maintaining rural character and limiting really high intensity commercial uses and uses that are going to be really high traffic generating or have a lot of external impacts like noise and sound and that sort of thing. So making sure that it's compatible with the caucus area and the surrounding neighborhood is also important. Number 4 is a preference for a multi-use space, and this we talked around about quite a bit, but the committee kind of felt that to get a really dynamic space that involves or engages the community and welcomes people, that multiple uses could fit within this space and be a desirable outcome. But there also is the potential that a singular use could be appropriate here, and that as long as it meets the vision statement, such a use would be considered. The 5th is compatibility with the site and infrastructure constraints. And so those I kind of glazed over before, but there are those limitations of the site infrastructure that would need to be considered or upgraded. And then the historic building requirements. So it is a Pickens County, designated as a Pickens County historic building, and so there's certain regulations that are required for complying with that, and then as well as the state grant requirements. So those are the heart of the document. And then within that, one of the changes was to kind of downplay the examples of potential future uses and examples that are not supported as subheadings under those parameters, so that the parameters are really the meat of it. But then we did talk through a lot of examples of future uses that the committee would consider to fit the vision statement. And so these are listed here, and we kind of went through some together and refined some of the language and the order of these. One that we kind of discussed following the public comment was the community gathering space, and this had previously been listed as community meeting space, which was kind of felt like a too big of a use and something that would be better suited for something within the urban growth boundary. So we kind of adjusted that language to really focus on smaller gatherings or small events that would be more appropriate for this use or educational classes. But some of the other things that are in here are, an art and heritage craft center or studios, agricultural related community uses, museums, small scale community gathering space, housing as an accessory use, small scale offices or incubator space, and small scale shop or retail uses as an accessory use. So both housing and kind of the retail or small scale shops were thought of as uses that might support whether that's a museum with a little gift shop or something, or a little cafe to serve the main use, but it wouldn't be something that would be the primary driving use of the site. So that's kind of some of the uses that we reviewed. There's also some uses that were really not going to meet the vision statement or the parameters that were established that have come up in the past as people see the buildings and think about, what could really go here without thinking through all of the constraints. But, things like a restaurant, a brewery, a meat processing facility, which is not allowed in the caucus master plan, a visitor center, which would draw just too many people entering and exiting the site, and then housing as a singular use were all things that are not really supported by the committee. So those are kind of all in there. And then we also talked briefly with the committee about potential partnerships that would be needed. This is not really something that the county can take on or is comfortable managing by ourselves, and that partnerships would be an integral part of both bringing the buildings up to a usable point as well as their future management and use. So then we looked really, I guess I'll touch on the public feedback that we received from the community. We had it open for a month. It was during COVID. We did offer some site tours, and a couple members of the public took us up on that. And we had an interactive story map website where people could kind of go through videos and see the buildings that way, which was kind of a fun, COVID-friendly way of getting the public to see the buildings' interiors, which is an important part of understanding the site more completely. But we received a lot of really good comments and things that were supportive of the parameters or the examples, fit within the examples of future uses. A lot of those were the arts-focused or agricultural-related ideas, as well as the museum concept came up quite a bit. And then we had a handful of those that kind of still supported more high-intensity uses that might not actually meet the site constraints and that sort of thing. And then the third kind of category of comments I think that we received were just kind of reiterating or reinforcing the challenges that that we'll face going forward with finding a new future for these buildings. So then the other kind of part of the recommendation is the section 3.3, a path forward, or the next steps. And so these are things that we'll kind of start to work on after we receive your endorsement of this recommendation. And a lot of these are strategies to get the public onto the site and have them engaged in a different way than just speeding by on the highway. And so one of the changes that resulted from both from the last plan that you guys saw to this plan was really bringing forward the idea of integrating more park amenities and the trail realignment. So bringing that trail around the backside of the buildings to kind of show people the quieter side and the different options that might be there was important to this group. And that can be phased over time. It doesn't have to go immediately to a paved route and close down the other trails. The idea was that we would start with a soft surface, kind of pressure-refined trail that would guide people on the backside of the buildings, as well as providing some other trail amenities like a porta potty in our typical enclosed structure, a water fountain, potentially picnic tables, and potential for like a bench that overlooks the river, as well as some interpretive elements, which I think came up in our last meeting as a comment from George Newman, to make sure that we're touching on and introducing people to the history here and the different elements of the site. So those are all things that we can start to work on to get the public onto the site in a different way than they may have been invited in the past. So that's kind of been brought forward in this recommendation since the last draft to be more prominent recommendation. The other thing that has stayed the same is the university partnership. So we did a small kind of charrette that was led by one of our steering committee members with CU Denver architecture students this last summer, which generated a lot of fun ideas and was a great way to just get the gears turning about what could be possible here. So the plan looks at taking that a step further to do more of a semester-long project that really takes into consideration all of the site's constraints and might be more of a multidisciplinary approach. We don't know exactly what that'll look like, but we can start to figure that out for a future semester-long project. And then looking at the long-term future use on the next page, the idea would be that when the timing is right, when we're not in the middle of a pandemic and when these other things have kind of happened, that we would go out to the public and do a process like a RFP or a request for concepts to get people to submit their ideas for what the buildings could be used for. And so that would be kind of the next step in really finding that partnership concept. And then as far as kind of the interior improvements that we might pursue, we could look at some minor improvements to facilitate the interim use as storage, or kind of safety improvements to look at what we could do to get the public in there in a safer way for tours and stuff like that. But it would be pretty minimal until we know what the use is going to be. We don't want to do a ton of work on the interior of the building. But then in the interim, it was decided kind of that the highest and best use for now is to continue to allow the buildings to be used for storage for uses that align with kind of open space and trails mission. So that's kind of allowed for it until we find the potential future use and the right synergy and partnership to kind of pull that to fruition. So with that, that's kind of the end. If Gary or Lindsay want to jump in with anything, otherwise I can turn it back over to you guys.
Okay, I don't see Lindsay or Gary chiming in, so I'll look to staff for questions and comments. I'll look to the board for questions and comments. Patty, then Steve.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, good synopsis. I know we're talking about ways to get to the site without having to drive an automobile, and I know we have the steep slope down to the river. Is there any possibility of having river access? And not for people who might be floating the river, want to stop in, like kayaks or rafters. I know we're improving the ditch that's downriver from that, so it'll be a safer transition because most kayakers and rafters don't really go past that next bridge because of the water safety concerns about that ditch, that head gate. So I just didn't know if the future there was any possibility of that, you know, given the slope factor.
I think the slope factor is, there is a mention in the document, and our committee was on board with looking at that in the future. We'd have to go through, talk about it with community development and kind of see how that would fit in with that. Right behind the buildings is actually like the worst spot. There is a little bit upstream. There's some slightly gentler slope, I think. But it is something that we can look at for sure. I don't know how realistic it is, but.
Yeah, I think that would be a great possibility in the future, just to provide another way for people to access the site. And it'd be great if you're kayaking down, you want to stop in, go up, take a tour of the museum or whatever's there, have a cup of coffee or have a picnic at one of the tables. I think that might be a great amenity, but, you know, we do have some topographic issues there and some public safety issues with the river, but just something to keep in mind in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Steve, please.
So there's several things that impressed me during, you know, in looking at this whole proposal. Number one has to do with the restoration that has already been done on the buildings. It's an awesome job, you know, saving the buildings from collapsing. And it reminds me a lot of the job the National Park Service has done in the copper mining town of Kennecott in Alaska, where they have stabilized and restored some old buildings there. So really kudos to work done in the past. And I'd like to commend the committee of citizens who worked on this for such a long time. I think they've come up with a very good plan, keeping lots of options open and, you know, really using their imagination on how this site could be used. So I really look forward to what the community comes up with going into the future. In terms of the access, I think people can access the site by foot by riding rafta to the, I can't think of the name of the stop now, over on Two Rivers Road, and then coming along over the pedestrian bridge. So there is a way people can get there by riding rafta and then walking, or by riding bicycles from either Elgibel or Basalt is also a good option. In terms of what to use the building for going into the future, I'm going to do some research into the Wrangell Mountain Center, which is in McCarthy, Alaska, where my daughter spends her summers there. Was, I think, a similar vintage of building. It's not a brick building there, but they've done some innovative things with how they're using that building in Wrangell, Alaska. So I want to look into that a little bit and maybe provide some input into future potential uses of the building. And then the last thought I had looking at the presentation, it dawned on me that the extra building out behind could potentially have been a big giant refrigerator, because in those days everybody had some way to keep their food cool, either an ice house or just a cool building where, with the airflow going through it and having the little cupola on top to allow ventilation through there, I think it could have been just a cold storage or a cool storage for food, which maybe they were then selling in the store at some point in time. So that's just a thought that crossed my mind that would be worth looking into that. And then just to Kelly, a reminder, this is a public hearing, so we do need to have the public input too. So
thank you, Steve.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'll take Steve's cue so I don't forget again to open the public hearing, and then we'll come back for other commissioner discussion. So let's see if has anyone called in who wishes to speak on this final Emma Store Building Future Use Recommendations document that we have before us to adopt today. And I'll ask Grassroots to just put the call-in number up, and I'll give it a minute here. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone call in. We'll just keep our eye on that for another second or two. Now go ahead and close the public hearing on this topic and bring it back to the board. So thanks, Patty and Steve, for weighing in, and I'll look to Francie and Greg. I think, Francie, I saw your hand up. We can't hear you yet. Why don't we let you either unmute or turn on your speakers? Terry, do you have any tips?
Francie, you may need to exit the meeting and rejoin.
Okay. And I'll let Greg go ahead and offer your comments while we wait for Francie's sound.
I'll Francie, when you're ready to jump back in, just wave at me or something. I think the thing that concerns me most, I think you've done a really thorough analysis, and I'm really grateful to the community for stepping up and getting involved in this. It's exciting. I guess the biggest concern I have at this point really is connectivity, transportation, carless transportation at best. And in your number 2 item on compatibility with traffic generation and vehicular access, creative ideas on how to use non-motorized or alternative transportation to access the site are encouraged. And I think there'll probably be fewer kayakers coming up, but there might be a lot of people who would come by bus if that was easy. And certainly, so I think we need to focus on how to make this thing, how to connect it. If that's an overpass or an underpass or another bus stop, I think that should be part and parcel of any ongoing communication going forward, because if we can't connect it easily, it just might sit out there. How often do people drop in on the place now? It's like, I'm just concerned that wouldn't it be great if we had great connectivity to it? So that's where I'm looking for focus. And I'm sure you've thought about all these things, so I'm just excited to see where it goes from here.
Thanks, Greg.
Greg, we can answer that.
Go ahead, Gary.
The great thing is, the Emma Trail goes right by, and there's a bridge over the Roaring Fork. That's right there where the Emma Trail comes in and comes over.
How far is that, Gary? How far away is it?
It's less than a half a mile.
Yeah,
You know where you go under the underpass to get to the Rio Grande Trail. If you just go straight, you hit that bridge, and then the bus stop is right there. It's a local bus stop, but it's a bus stop that's right there near that old standing facility where the CDOT is. It's right where you come onto the old Highway 82 Two Rivers Road. So it's about a half a mile away. So yeah, it's definitely, trying to find a way to make it better connected through transit, and that's our goal, and it's not to park a ton of cars.
Thank you. And Francie, let's check in with you. Hopefully we can hear you now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, thanks, guys, for doing such amazing work on it. It's pretty exciting to have open space and trails be in historic preservation arena. I know you don't want to have a lot of cars there, but I do have a question about why car access has been sort of eliminated from the possibilities when changing Highway 82 hasn't, because it seems like if you're coming from Basalt and you take the road that goes from Basalt and has a couple of things that turn off it, and it kind of turns into a sort of a broken concrete sort of path, why that couldn't be improved to accommodate a small number of cars. Not a lot of cars, but a small number of cars, which I think would increase the possibilities for what you could do with it. So mostly it's just a question about why do we have such strong constraints on vehicular access?
Yeah, and I look to staff to respond.
Go ahead.
Okay. We did talk about that quite a bit with the town of Basalt reps, and they brought it back to their staff as well. And they don't believe the current facility could serve that purpose, so they're not currently open to that idea. And there's also some concerns about it in its proximity to Highway 82 and standards. So we did talk about the idea, it wasn't supported during this process. And we also talked about what improvements could be done to Highway 82, because a lot of the trip generation comes from CDOT standards and sight distances and turn lanes and things like that. And there is potential for some improvements to Highway 82 to help with those numbers. It would be, you know, it's a financial conversation in the future about uses and what needs to happen on site. But the use of that existing, which is now Emma Trail, the use of that existing trail as back to a vehicular route was not supported during the process. And just to remind me, I think it's 10 trips an hour or something, roughly, yeah. So that was what it was in 2013. The anticipation would be that that number could be going down based upon there being more traffic on Highway 82 now, but that would be a study that would have to occur again, be updated. So it's not a, you know, vehicles are allowed. It's just that number, you know, you couldn't have a large event or anything. So yeah, I don't know, does that help answer your question?
Well, it does, except you can definitely access it not through 82 by going, like if you were coming from the Carbondale end, by going into the Basalt exit and coming up from the Basalt access road to 82, you could just access it from there without having to enter or exit directly off of 82. So I don't know. When I was reading through everything you guys had done and how much work you had done, that just kept coming up to me like it just doesn't seem that difficult to get there in a vehicle if that's a goal. If you want it to be used by, I don't know, like certain hours, maybe 30 or 40 vehicles. I know there's not a lot of parking, but there is that designated parking area, and I don't know. It just seemed to me that it was a little bit premature to eliminate all vehicular, additional vehicular traffic, because it seems a lot easier than lowering 82 or moving the building.
Jesse, can you pull up the map real quick? So I think that access, I think we're talking about the same place. That accessing it from the down valley end is what CDOT supports. They don't support the current route we use to get to the Mather House. They're okay with it being a residential access, but that's it. And then during the Highway 82, when they put the highway there, they acquired this small triangle to preserve access from that direction, from the Carbondale end, the down valley end. So yeah, so it says CDOT right-of-way parcel 39, that part is acquired by CDOT to preserve access to the store buildings from the Emmitsburg Road right there. It's currently not fenced, as this right-of-way line suggests, what's public versus private, and we are looking into that. But everything that we've worked, let's put this way, the previous traffic study, when they got to that number of 10, it is using this west access to the building.
From Basalt?
It's like across from the Emma, I keep trying to draw on the map. It's right across from the Emma turnoff.
Yeah, this is the Emma School.
Oh, you mean the access directly off of 82?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And to be clear, it doesn't, over here, it's certainly, we haven't ruled out all vehicular access by any means. The traffic generation uses that would accommodate 10 vehicles per hour, just to give you an idea of what that kind of means from CDOT or a traffic engineer's perspective, which I'm certainly not. But like the uses that could meet that constraint would include a 7,000 square foot administrative building, a 5,700 square foot commercial retail, which isn't promoted as a recommendation in this plan, but that's just an idea of the level of use, and then a 7,500 square foot community center, a recreation center, or a pretty substantial size museum. So we're not saying that, so that west access could accommodate, according to this study, that intensity of uses. Is that helpful?
Yes, I was imagining that you would come from Basalt. You wouldn't get on Highway 82 ever.
Yeah.
You would drive directly from Basalt west on the existing concrete that would be improved, not turning off of 82. I could see that turning off of 82 could be a pretty serious problem given the speed that people travel along there. That would be pretty crazy. We'd have to have a turning lane, and I think that's been excluded by CDOT. If I think I read that. So anyway, we can talk about it at a future time. But that was the one thing that stood out at me when I read the whole proposal, which I think is amazing. So thank you guys so much.
Okay. I see a hand from Patty.
Just to add to that, Francie, that the trail or path or whatever, the roadway coming from Basalt all the way down to the site doesn't allow you to drive actually to these buildings because it ends right before the Mather House. So you'd have to put in some kind of parking facility there, and you have the historic heritage apple orchard. But that doesn't mean, I think that'd be a great access for people on bikes, people, walking, to be able to come down from Basalt that way. And on another note, I have to add this. I don't think anybody will be surprised. We have to keep in mind the osprey nest because we have one on the electric pole to the east of the Mather House, and we have another significant one on the bridge that crosses over to the Rapta bus stop. So I just want to, those are pretty special birds in that neighborhood. So we need to make sure that we keep them in mind as we're moving forward in increasing activity along that stretch of the river. So I had to put that in, or Lisa McDonald would have been very unhappy with me if I hadn't mentioned that again. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Patty. And I'll just take my time to just offer comments and, thank you again for bringing this forward. This is wonderful. I just sort of have these visions of like what could, go in there. Could it be a coffee roaster? Could it be a place where you package locally grown herbs and dried vegetables and fruits and things like that? So I guess I'm wondering, like, what are the next steps here? So, there's some exciting potential included for a charrette that the universities could do to look at, future design. But where does this go once we adopt this today?
So the next steps that staff would do would be to work this summer to kind of put the pieces together in that trail realignment piece and kind of moving forward with that recommendation, and as well as working with Harry and CU Denver and potentially another university or program if it doesn't work out with CU Denver to do that next charrette. And so those would be the kind of two steps happen right away, and then following that we would kind of think about when is the appropriate timing to put together an RFP to kind of go out to the public after having these kind of additional, student study and brainstorming and the presentation to the public. Those would provide opportunities to get more public onto the site and kind of gears turning in the community would be the idea. And then kind of putting together a request for concepts or something to kind of really look for more formal partnerships.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there any other discussion from the board? Greg?
I was just thinking about what Patty said about the Ospreys, and I thought, yeah, that's such a cool thing. I hope you have the opportunity to name the cafe after the Ospreys, or have something so the Ospreys are really front and center in people's minds when they're there, because it's such a fantastic thing, and most people drive right by and don't know it. But this is an opportunity. Maybe there is an opportunity here to make people aware of the nature that's so close by. Anyway, just love it. Thanks.
Well, and Greg, the Osprey Nest was a pandemic success with our camera. I mean, it really provided a way for people to kind of work it at home, and I can really just kind of stay in touch with nature during the lockdown and stuff. It was an impressive amount of hits this year too. I mean, it's always very popular. This year it was extremely popular. It went down because we were doing the house, and we heard it. The camera went down, not the Osprey.
Maybe we can start charging admission. That'd be a source of funding for open space renovation programs. Pay $1 to see the Osprey.
Okay, no other discussion from the board. I'll look for a motion.
Kelly, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners endorsing the Emma Star Building's future use recommendations.
Thank you, Patty.
I'll second.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay,
Aye.
thank you.
Great
Thank you,
seeing
guys.
all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, moving along, item number 3, an application for a medical clinic marijuana license requested by Southwest Alternative Care located at 24505 Highway 82 Basalt. This is set to be continued to February 10th, but I will open the public hearing after we hear from staff, and I'll ask Jeanette Jones to update us on this item. Hi, Jeanette.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you. Jeanette Jones, Administration, also the Marijuana Licensing Authority for the county. And I apologize, I'm having some computer issues here. So can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. We just see your papers in front of your face. There we go.
It intentionally, you know. The reason that I'm asking for continuance on this is because we're trying to move the applicants forward with this, but we still don't have confirmation from the state on the state license. And so we're requesting this be continued to February 10th, I believe it is, yeah. And I have been in communication with Ned at the state with the officer, and he's assured me that we can get this done in time for the 10th, so I'm asking for a continuance. So we don't have to notice and post again, keep it all going and try to get these applicants their deals sealed on their clinic. And we'll give more of a presentation on the 10th so that you're aware of what is happening and going on.
Great, thank you, Jeanette. Any questions for Jeanette right now? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing as this is noticed as such on this item, and we'll give it a minute for folks to call in if you want to comment on the medical marijuana license application, medical clinic marijuana license application. Okay, seeing no one calling in, I will close the public hearing on this item and look to the board for a motion. Steve.
I'll move to continue this item till February 10th.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Jeanette. And I know we'll see you a little bit later today because our next item, item number 4 has now become item 17B. We're pushing this in the agenda at the request of the applicant. And so I will move us along to item number 5, individual consider. Yes,
I'm
Ruben.
here and ready if you are.
Oh.
Ruben is here, so he's with Diamond J.
Okay. I'm new to this chair thing. Let me just confirm that since we've amended the agenda, if we need to re-amend it. So, John Ely, you're on the line with us. Do we need to re-amend the agenda back to how it was posted?
That's correct. You need to re-amend the agenda. I'm just checking real quick if there's a chance that there's public comment that might be a little confusing for folks. Perhaps we can check.
No worries if I need to be later on too. Jeanette did ask for me and I just had someone else text me that I'm up, so I rushed over. So whatever works best for the council.
Yeah, I'd rather keep it at 17B since we have already let the public know for public comment.
Okay.
So, Ruben, you just get to watch the rest of our meeting, so be prepared.
Okay. Just looking at any discussion on keeping it at 17B for the board? No? Okay. So then we will move on to item number 5, an ordinance amending resolution number 55-2008, adopting the state of Colorado's liquor license fee schedule and waiving certain liquor license fees through December 7th, 2021. This is a first reading and will be set for public hearing on February 10th. And we have Jeanette with us again. Hi, Jeanette.
Thank you very much, Kelly. The title is, as Kelly described, we're repealing in part a resolution of 55-2008. And pursuant to that resolution, the BOCC adopted the Colorado Department of Revenue Division's approved liquor license fees for local jurisdictions. Staff was looking back at the history. We noticed that the adoption of the fees in 2008 should have been brought forward with an ordinance adopting such fees. And that's required by the home rule charter. So this component of it is the housekeeping measure. And due to the COVID, the second component, due to the COVID pandemic, Senate Bill 20B-2001 provides that liquor license applications, renewals, and COVID-19 modification fees for the state licensing authority will be waived for eligible licensees from December 7th, 2020 through December 7th, 2021. Staff is recommending that due to the economic duress faced by our local restaurants in our community and the servers in those restaurants and all that they incorporate for individuals, that the BOCC consider waiving certain fees in accordance with this revised schedule. And that revised schedule is the first component that it is actually the fees even after 2021, December 7th, that will be in effect. The highlighted areas in your packet are the fees that staff is recommending that we waive in conjunction with the state. This is approximately a $6,000 decrease in revenue, and the reason that it's a little high there is we have pending new applications coming in. One of them will fall under this if the board approves this today. Staff is recommending that the board approve it, and if you do approve first reading, I would appreciate you schedule a public hearing for second reading on February 10th.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Jeanette? Okay, I just have a question. I'm a little confused about what's going on with the state fee structure that is included in our packet and in this resolution. So can you just clarify what's going on with that, please?
What, you mean what they're waiving, Kelly, or what they're?
Well, in our resolution. Yeah, what we're adopting, because I'm just looking at the part of our resolution that says we've inadvertently adopted this fee schedule by resolution. Did we adopt like an old fee schedule that's ordinarily updated and that we don't either need to adopt at all, or I just don't understand that.
Okay, they're the same fee. These fees were adopted with 2008, and Kelly, what I'm referring to, when you look at the fee schedule, it says local fee county.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the same fees we adopted in 2008, which were authorized to collect by the state liquor enforcement department. But we adopted them by resolution, and it should have been by ordinance.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Patty.
It's okay for us to adopt the fees through the ordinance, and at the same time do this fee waiver till December 7th. We can do that all in one reso. We don't need that split up into two different documents. Okay.
That was a recommendation of our county attorney.
So, okay, so are you telling me I should trust him on that recommendation?
You betcha.
All right, I'll go for it.
And then another question, I think this came up when we discussed future agendas actually on this item, was why through December 7th and not through just the end of the year?
We're just following what the state's doing.
Okay.
I thought that might be the simplest way to do it.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for Jeanette? Then we'll look for a motion, please.
I can make a motion that we pass an ordinance repealing a portion of the resolution number 55, 2008, adopting liquor license fees and adopting the Colorado Department of Revenue's Liquor License Enforcement Division's fee schedule and waiving certain liquor license fees through December 7th, 2021.
Thank you, Greg. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And we will have a public hearing on this on February 10th. Okay. Okay, moving on to number 6 on our agenda, individual consideration items and public hearings, second readings. The first item is number 6, resolution establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2021 as required by Resolution 78-121. And hi, Ann. I see our finance director, Ann Drigger's here with us in her cool geodome in Norway.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Ann Driggers, Finance Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee. I'm here to present the second reading of a resolution establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of the county sales tax revenue for the year 2021. This is based upon a resolution that was passed in 1978, and it established that 57% of the county sales tax, the 2% of the county sales tax, would be distributed to the municipalities based upon the proportion of sales tax that was collected within each of their jurisdictions in a rolling 2-year period from September through August. The county's portion of the 2% sales tax remains the same at 43% every single year. The 57% is split differently depending upon the portion of sales tax collected within those jurisdictions. This does not affect the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund sales tax nor the transit sales tax that goes to the EOTC. And after all the calculations have been done, see that the 57% is split between
Aspen at just over 75%, Snowmass at just over 21%, and Basalt at almost 3.5%. Steve, I did go back and check the calculations. We have to roll it up somehow, and 5 digits I felt was far enough back, but at some point you do have to have a roll up, especially when you're dealing with only 2 decimal points of cents. So I did check them all, and it is good. I just think that you're probably a better mathematician than Excel. These are the numbers. And
Anne, are you sharing your screen? Because we don't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Can you see anything?
We can. Is it possible to make it larger or maybe zoom in on?
I'm sure.
There you go.
Yeah. So here are the percentages. The first percentages are the 57% divided between Aspen, Snowmass, and Basalt. And then you see the full 2% of the Pitkin County sales tax is spread. Aspen gets 42.8%, Pitkin County retains the 43%, Snowmass just over 12%, and Basalt almost 2%. And there's a little bit of history here, so you can see the ups and downs over the years. It's I think noticeable this year as a proportion, Basalt has gone up fairly significantly, and I think that reflects what we've seen in their sales tax trends, certainly over the last year, where their sales tax increased significantly. And you see the total dollar amount. So if we use those numbers applied to the 2021 budget numbers, Aspen will get about 10.8 million. Snowmass just over 3 million, Basalt almost 500,000, and Pitkin County will retain 10.8 million. So this has no budget street impact. This is being included in the budget as it's required to be distributed according to this resolution. Are there any questions?
Okay, any questions for Anne? Steve, I'm not sure if I missed your hand up before.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, you know, in terms of the figure that matters adds up to 100%, Ann, and that's the one that includes the Pitkin County share. So none of the municipalities will be shorted or gain any extra, I don't believe.
Okay. This is a public hearing, and I will open up the public hearing if you would like to comment on the formula for distribution of the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for 2021. So far, we have no callers. I will keep an eye on the clock for a little bit. Okay, I will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Steve?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2021.
I can second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
I guess we're going to seal. We're going to. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Greg.
We're we're going to see more of Ann here, I think, aren't we? Maybe not. I just wanted to compliment you on your background, and I'm fascinated that your pom-pom on your hat disappears and reappears every so often. It's mesmerizing.
I have to tell you a funny story. When I was here with our investment advisors, and they really thought this was my house, and they called me afterwards saying, "Tell me, we need to hear all about your house."
Okay. All in favor? We have a motion, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ann. Moving on to item number 7, a resolution to accept the Great Outdoors Colorado Resilient Community Grant. Hi, Gary Tenenbaum.
Hello, I'm back. Can't get rid of me. So here, this is for second reading. I did a bigger presentation of what this grant is, but Francie was not there for that one, so just to get her up to speed, we applied for a GOCO grant for the Resilient Communities Grant Round. And the Resilient Communities Grant Round is a special grant round that was created to deal with the impacts of COVID on our public lands. And as all of us know, our public lands were tested last year with the amount of people that showed up. It was a surprise. We thought with a lockdown, magically, there would be less use. But as I put in the thing, I mean, we saw use that was astronomically different than years before. And now, is this the new norm or not? We don't know. But COVID is still with us a year later. GOCO responded by putting out a request for grant applications to help communities deal with the impacts of COVID. And so we applied with Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, which is a really good partner with Open Space and Trails. They have been a partner with us for over 25 years. And this was a way to address the impacts of COVID. Specifically, 2 things was the amount of use created impacts of some social trail grading and, definitely some areas that got more heavily used than they have in the past, but also the fact that we weren't able to hire a full maintenance crew, and RFOV wasn't able to do the amount of projects last year that they're usually able to do. So we were able to work with them to basically, we're going to at least double the amount of projects we do in Pitkin County for volunteers. So this grant is going to be a significant increase in the amount of people that we could put on the land. And it really goes back to the ethic of having people give back to your public lands. And what we have seen through all the years we've been doing these volunteer projects, that once you get out there and you do the work to care for your public lands, to trim trails, to restore areas, it really instills in you a respect for public lands, and you kind of think about it differently. So if you see somebody doing something wrong, you're like, hey, I just fixed that. And so you get the public more involved in the overall stewardship of, what we all take sometimes for granted here because it's so ubiquitous. But for us, this grant was a great opportunity to expand our relationship with RFOV and allow RFOV some financial security and to be able to hire another field coordinator. So we're going to actually double the amount of projects that can happen in the entire valley because of this. So we get priority for one field coordinator, which will double the amount of projects we can do, but the whole valley will get the other one. And for Pitkin County, it's not just for open space and trails. The Forest Service can definitely use this. Other municipalities could take advantage of this because, we couldn't do volunteer projects every day of the week, but you're going to see a lot more volunteer projects happen. And this is a 2-year grant, so we need you guys to approve the resolution so we can accept it, and we'll be back with the budget supplemental. Budget-wise, we already budget every year money to partner with RFOV, so we're just going to use that money as the match. So it's not new money that we have to allocate to the match. but we do need to do a budget supplemental in March to accept the money. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Kelly.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Gary about this grant? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this. And we'll see if callers want to call in on the GOCO Resilient Community Grant. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone call in to provide public comment, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Greg.
Yeah, this is great. One, I just wanted to compliment and thank you for being such good grant writers and able to pull in money like this from GOCO. This is great, and it's clearly necessary given the increases we've seen. And I'm anticipating that number is not going to go down substantially this year. So you're ahead of it, which is great. So my compliments on that. I don't know if anybody else has I can certainly make a motion and we can continue to discuss it. If we're ready for that, I'll make a motion that we support the resolution approving the local parks and outdoor recreation grant from the State Board of Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Oh, Steve?
I did thought of something that I had meant to say, just complimenting the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers for the terrific work they do on a variety of trail projects and trailhead projects and whatnot. They've done an awesome job. So I'm glad we were able to work with them on this.
Thank you. All right, call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Gary.
Great, thank you guys.
Okay, moving on to item number 8. Items 8 through 14 involve ordinances approving lease modifications with partners of ours. And I see Jody Smith here. So the first one, number 8, is an ordinance approving a lease agreement with Response for space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Jody Smith, Pickens County Facilities Director. And basically, I kind of wanted just to give you a background on the first 1, 2, 3, 4, and they'll all be kind of the same answer. That these are all leases in the Health and Human Services Building. It would be Response, Aspen Homeless Shelter, Community Health, and Lime Springs Health. They are solely in the Health and Human Services Building. Their leases all expire December 31st of this year. The change in the lease from previous years is we went from $25.75 a square foot to $30 a square foot with comparable rental rates in the area. These are in-kind donations from the Board of County Commissioner, so they're not really costing these nonprofits their rent, that we still want to be able to document and account for those expenses and donations from the county. During our first reading, the board had asked if there was an opportunity to change these leases into a 3-year or renewable lease rather than come each year. I did go back out and speak with the Human Services Director, And because of so many unknowns with this COVID and our future workspace, what it might look like in the future, the recommendation was to wait another year and before we start to go to multiple year leases again. Who knows, they might end up with more space, or there might be a realignment of what we do in that building. So we just kind of wanted to keep it open. The leases did remain for 1 year. That is the only change and clarification I have. And with that, we're recommending approval of the leases. And Madam Chair, we can approve the first 4 one at a time, and then if you want me to talk a little more about the last 2, I certainly can do that because they are a bit different. And then, of course, we'll go to our commercial lease after that.
Sure, thank you, Jody. We will need to take these one at a time because they're a public hearing on this. So let me check in with the board to see if there are any questions for Jody. Okay, I'm seeing none. So I will open the public hearing and I'll keep it open as we go through these ordinances. So if the public is interested in calling in and providing comment on our item number 8, the ordinance approving a lease agreement with response at our Health and Human Services building, now is the time. Okay, seeing no one has called in, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
I'll move to approve the ordinance of approving the lease agreement with response for space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services building.
Patty, you're on mute. Is that a second?
So if I wave my hand, it's a second.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5-0. We'll move on to number 9. I will go ahead and open, or the public hearing's still open, so I'll go ahead and see if there's public comment on our lease agreement with the Aspen Homeless Shelter. Okay, see no callers. Bring it to the board for a motion, please.
I'll move to approve the ordinance approving the lease with the Aspen Homeless Shelter for space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services building.
I'll second.
Okay, Greg, I'll give that one to you. Greg is a second. Can I have all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, 5 ayes. On to item 10, the ordinance approving a lease agreement with Community Health Services at the Health and Human Services building. I'll see if there's any callers who want to comment on this item. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Steve?
I'll move to approve the ordinance approving the lease agreement with Community Health Services for space at the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services building.
second it.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 11, ordinance approving a lease agreement with Mind Springs Health for space at the Health and Human Services Building. If the public is interested in calling for comment on this topic, please do so now. Okay, seeing no callers, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion, please. Greg?
I'll make a motion that we approve a lease agreement with Mind Springs Health for space at the Michael Schultz Health and Human Services Building.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thanks, everyone. Okay, so Jody, we'll invite you back to talk about item number 12, please. A lease agreement with Recovery Resources for space at both Health and Human Services and the courthouse.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. This lease is with Resource Recovery. They run the detox program in the Health and Human Services building, and they're also run the drug testing, the UAs for the community at the Health and Human Services. In addition, they provide pre-trial services, but that office is in the courthouse. And so they are located in two different buildings. This lease is a bit different. Timelines are the same. The cost per square foot is the same. So no real changes except for in the language. This lease, they have to follow the protocol and guidelines for both buildings rather than just one for safety and security. So that is the only change, and they do occupy two buildings.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Jody on this lease? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is still open for anyone who would like to comment on this lease agreement with Recovery Resources. Okay, seeing no one calling in, I'll bring it back to the board. Yes, Greg?
I just would make a motion we approve the lease agreement with Recovery Resources for space at the Michael Schultz Health and Human Services Building and the Pitkin County Courthouse.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Okay, and item number 13, please, Jody.
Yes, number 13 is a lease between the county commissioners and the Alpine Legal Services. They are located specifically in the courthouse and provide the legal services for the public in court hearings. Their lease expires December 31st, 2020. This will be a renewal for 1 year. The rate change was from $25.75 per square foot to $30 per square foot. This is also an in-kind lease, and we're recommending approval of this lease agreement.
Thank you, Jody. Any questions for Jody? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is still open. I'll ask the public if anyone wants to comment on our lease agreement at the courthouse with Alpine Legal Services. Okay, seeing no members of the public calling in, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion, please. Steve?
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance approving the lease agreement with Alpine Legal Services for space at the Pickens County Courthouse.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And now we're down to item number 14, an ordinance approving a lease modification with Subway Real Estate LLC. Back to you, Jody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a lease between Pickens County and Subway Real Estate. We do have the owner of the franchise on the meeting, Joe Azzaro, if you want to bring him up. Basically, they have a lease from, they expire in June 30th, They expire May 31st of 2025. Due to the economic impacts of the past year and the pandemic, various public health orders of changing occupancy and that type of thing, Subway has come to Pickens County requesting a modification in their lease, which would allow for them to have a reduced rent for the first 6 months of 2020. Following that 6-month reduction, if approved, they would go back to their original terms, their original lease agreement, and their original payment. What that does for the county, the temporary reduction in rent would be a reduction of $8,617.32 from the general fund of Pickens County. We would not be receiving that rent. It would allow for Subway to recover a bit in these hard times for everyone. The board did ask for Joe Azzaro to join us to speak to how the Subway Corporation might be assisting them in their hardship. I will say that I also did some research, and I forwarded the information on the Aspen Community Foundation program that is helping locals and the community businesses with up to $25,000 grants. Subway would probably not meet that requirement, as it does say that it does not include national or international chains. So I just kind of want to throw that out there, that I did look at that, and I don't know if there is any other things, and I'll let definitely John Peacock and others chime in on that if as needed. But with that, I'll turn that back over to the chair.
And Jody, just one nuance there with the grant program is that if there's a national franchise with local ownership, they do qualify to apply.
Good to know. Thank you so much, because that's where I thought that you guys might ask us to look at that. Perfect, thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Azzaro, I'll invite you to address the board if you would like at this time.
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. And thank the commissioners for giving me this time. It's not a very complicated story. Since last February, March, we've had to support the store because the first 6 months were a drop of 50% in revenue. It's barely made it over the 60% mark, 61%, and that was just recently this year. We believe that if we could get some relief until June, we think then that maybe this will become a better situation for everybody. We've maintained all of our employees. We believe that to do otherwise would inflict on our folks really a hardship they can't really handle. And if you're paying 100% of the utilities and 100% of the rent, 100% of all the other expenses, but you don't have the revenue, it's a bit difficult. I thought we could make it all the way through, but it really is necessary for us to ask for help if we can get it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for listening.
And I'll look to commissioners for questions for Mr. Azzaro or for Jody. Yep, Greg, and then Steve, and then Francie.
Great. I have one, I guess, for Jody and one for Mr. Azzaro. Thanks for joining us today. I did receive a comment just from the community, questioning, eyebrows raised, like, are we supporting a global corporation with Subway? And I explained back, to the best of my knowledge, that this really was local jobs at stake, and that I don't think that we were bailing out a global corporation. Joe, I think you articulated that, but I don't know. Maybe you can share with us, how many local paychecks are affected here, because certainly that's the first question. The second one for Jody was, how does this square up with our relationships with our other tenants? And is this something that could withstand the scrutiny regarding equity with the other tenants? Thanks.
So I'll see if Mr. Azzaro wants to respond to Greg's comment, and then we'll go to Jody.
Sure. We have a total of 7 employees. And to just clarify, my wife and I have owned the stores for 15 years. And I wish we had the resources of a national company, but we don't. And for the record, for 1 month, last March, Subway Corporate deferred, not forgave, but deferred their royalties. But other than that, there's no other relief. And the employees that we're speaking about, 5 of them have been with us they were there before we were. So 15 years of employment, and we just can't turn our backs on that. We've never paid minimum wage like a lot of the other franchise places. We paid, right now we're paying $14.50 to $15 an hour. And as I stated earlier, it's just unconscionable for me to affect them negatively. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, sir. And Jody,
great, thank you. I appreciate that.
And Jody, could you answer Greg's other question, please, about equity with the other tenants?
Yes, thank you. So we have 3 other tenants, and Hope Palace will be vacating our space the end of February, as we will be doing a build out for a public health office in that space, and that is not a rental income once it becomes public health. Mountain Family Health is a medical center, and they do pay a rent. It's fixed rate. I don't know if they're impacted or not, and John might know more about that than I do. But Stubby's Bar and Grill, which is upstairs, if the board recalls, we gave them a new lease last month that started in January 1st. And that new lease was for a 3-year lease with a reduction in rent for the first year. and then it would go up to matching the local CPI following that. So we did give stubbies a break for the first 12 months based on the hardship as well.
Okay, thank you. And then Steve, you had your hand before Francie, and then Francie, you're next. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Azzaro, for being here. And I have a question about the arrangement you have. So on the lease agreement, it is actually with Subway in Milford, Connecticut is the address. And I just am wondering about your specific relationship with Subway and 325 Subway in Milford, Connecticut, who is signing the lease. Is that actually your company with a Connecticut address, or do you sublease from them, or how is that arrangement worked out?
It's probably one of the most unique business arrangements I've ever come across in my 78 years on this earth. They tell franchisees in order to get the franchise, the franchisee must secure a location, they must approve the location, and they must be the main leaseholder. And when asked why, since they don't pay the rent, they said, well, given the fact that we have over 40,000 stores owned by 30,000 franchisees, we come across franchisees who really don't wind up being successful because they're not really very good business people, but the location's good. And we decided long before I joined, they decided, I should say, that to protect themselves, they would be the main person on the lease. But there's an addendum to the lease that we sign that says we're responsible for the rent, for CAM, for even for negotiating our lease renewals. So that's a very unique relationship, but that is exactly how it is. And if you want the franchise, you agree. If you don't want the franchise, you don't.
Okay, thanks for that explanation.
Yeah, it probably doesn't make sense to you, but it's true.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Francie?
Mr. Azzaro, I am sorry for your troubles. I know it's really hard to run a restaurant right now. I'm the manager at Fat Belly Burgers in Carbondale. Well, I have a couple of questions for you. If they actually own the lease and you were to not be able to make a rent payment, wouldn't Subway in the end be responsible for making that payment, or else wouldn't they lose their lease?
The way I understand it, the events would unfold as such. If I am delinquent on my payments, you would be contacting them because they're on the lease. You would notify me and them that I'm delinquent. They would contact me, as I understand the protocol, and ask me what my intentions were. And if I was to say my intentions are that I can't pay it, they would immediately send out someone to take over the store. Probably their local office in Denver, it's called the district agent, development agent. And these are people that directly have responsibility for the area that they purchased from Subway. And they would take over, they would remove us as a franchisee because we would be in breach of the franchise agreement.
That's pretty harsh treatment of a 15-year franchisee, I must say.
I wish that wasn't true. I really do.
Also, I'm a little surprised that you've had a significant, I think you said 50% loss in revenues during a time when takeout has become more popular. And so at Fat Belly, for instance, we have not had a loss of revenues. We have had a bottom line problem because we've had to hire, when we had outside dining, we had to hire extra people to take care of all the tables and everything. but our revenues haven't gone down, and I had thought that would be the case for the Subway restaurants as well, because they're a natural for people who can't dine in to go to Subway and pick up food. So I'm just surprised to hear that you have a substantial loss in revenue.
Our single largest customer base is the high school lunch hour. And no high school, unfortunately. And we have, when the county developed the building that we're part of for public health, the medical center, and there's several different things going on there. At the same time, we got, I think a year or two ago, Jody could be more definitive on that. We got 4 large handicap spaces right in front of the store. And between the extra parking of the medical center and the loss of the spaces in front of a store, it's critical that we hold on to what niches we have, which is the high school.
I see.
So and customer count, by the way, wasn't off as much as the actual dollars. It seemed like the purchasing patterns of the expensive sandwiches weren't being bought as often as the cheaper ones. But in any event, that's some of the factors.
And so a savings of $8,000 over 6 months, is
Yeah.
enough to keep you afloat? It seems like sort of a drop in the bucket compared to what your revenues probably are.
It is. That's why we've applied to Holy Cross and Excel Energy and our food purveyors. We've tried to get as much consideration as we can wherever we can, and we will continue to exhaust our retirement money to support the business. It's still going to take our participation.
I'm really sorry to hear that. I have a couple more questions. Have you applied to Subway for some help with this? Because it seems like they would be the likely benefactors of relief. And then the second part of that question would be, were you able to be a recipient of the first round of the PPP?
I was, and that's why the second 6 months of the last 6 months have been tougher. We used every cent. We got full forgiveness. We used it all for the appropriate reasons, wages and rent and utilities. And yes, we did. We've been trying to apply for the second round. I spend a lot of hours on the computer trying to get in. But yes, well, we're looking forward to trying to get that accomplished if we can.
Yeah, I think you'll be second tier because you got the first one. That's my understanding of how that
That's what I heard too, yes.
Okay, well, you certainly have my compassion. I feel for you, and I wish you...
By the way, I love your burgers.
Oh, well, I love Subway.
Okay.
Okay, let me bring it back to the, let me open this for public hearing. Or the public hearing's still open, so let me see if anyone has called in to provide comment on this ordinance. And then we'll turn it back to the board. So we'll wait a few, there's a bit of a lag between our meeting and what people see at home, Mr. Ozaro, so we'll wait a few seconds if anyone wants to call in.
Oh, I'm just grateful I had the opportunity.
Could I have a follow-up on that one question about Subway being a benefactor?
Sure.
So is there no mechanism for their franchisees to apply for help from Subway?
Absolutely none. In fact, their position is that with that many stores, they couldn't possibly not present an opportunity to every store, every franchisee, and the effect on their bottom line would be untenable. That's their official position. There's over 40,000 locations worldwide. And if you believe that, I have a bridge I can sell you.
Exactly.
Okay.
We were, you should know for the record, we own the store in Carbondale on Highway 133. And I got this idea of asking you folks for help literally because the landlord, Allendale Inc., approached us with the offer to reduce the rent.
In Carbondale.
Yeah. And that's how I got the idea, well, maybe I should contact Pickens County. And I called Jody, and here we are today. But I thought you should know that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have been waiting for public comment. I do want the board to know that Amy with Grassroots just told me that the stream is working, but the TV feeds are down. So we still have, our meeting is still open to the public currently. And I haven't seen anyone call in at this point to provide public comment. So since this is our last one on this topic, I will go ahead and close the public hearing on our ordinance items and bring this back to the board for discussion. Looking for any discussion, Steve?
I would favor giving the rent relief to Mr. Azzaro for his business. I feel almost guilty because when the county offices were straight upstairs from you, I would go to Subway quite frequently. And lately I've probably been there just once since the pandemic began. It's actually one of my favorite lunches is a Subway lunch, but we just stay at home and don't go out. So I would urge people, there's a movement for people to support their local restaurants in whatever fashion they can. And Subway in Basalt is one place that people could easily go and get a lunch and then take it out with them and eat it elsewhere and stay very safe in the process. So I would urge people to do that, and I will make an effort to get back to Subway and get some lunch there the next time I'm in my infrequent trips down the road.
Thank you, and go often.
I have a question.
Yes, Patty.
Can I just ask, do you have gift cards at Subway?
Yes, we do. They're cash cards. People load them.
Perfect. All right, that's a great idea. Thank you. Because we're really supporting that in the restaurants in the downtown Aspen core for people who want to be helpful to go and purchase gift cards. And I have kids that live down that way, so it's something I might want to do for them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion from the board? I'll look for a motion, Steve.
So seeing none, I'll be glad to make a motion I move to approve the ordinance approving the lease modification for Subway real estate.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No, just thank you, Mr. Azzaro. It really helped to hear about your store and your structure and your employee loyalty. So thank you. And with that,
I thank you all very much. And I hope, Jody, the treasurer got the rent for January. They should have gotten it by now.
Okay, and I'll
all
call
right, thank you all.
Oh, hang on, I'll call the question. We'll make it formal. So all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye? Okay, thank you. And take care, sir. Stay healthy.
Thank you all.
All right, moving on to item number 15, an ordinance authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents to convey Pickens County's Cougar Canyon outparcel, continued from January 13th. And I will turn to our county attorney, John Ely, for an update on this item.
Thanks, Kelly. As you introduced the item, this is a second reading of an ordinance to authorize the sale transaction of the county's property in the Cougar Canyon area, what we commonly refer to as the Cougar Canyon property. It is a second reading and a public hearing as well. The item was continued the last regular meeting of the BOCC at the request of the potential buyers of the property to give them a little more time to go through their diligence investigation of the property without running into time limits and constraints associated with the contract. We afforded them that ability and continue to work with them in their efforts to complete their diligence. At this point in time, though, I cannot represent to the board that the current offerer on the property is going to be in an ability to go forward with the acquisition and close on the contract. I can tell the board that the county has entertained and accepted tentatively a backup offer on the property for the same price. I cannot tell you if there are other individuals who are potential purchasers who are potentially behind that backup offer. If I can share the screen, Terry, if you can pick that up. Let me know when you guys have it.
We don't see it yet. If you have multiple screens, you may have to choose the correct window.
I just have the one screen up.
Terry, do you have any tips for John Ely
Well,
on sharing?
Anything yet. You just have to, if it shows that you're screen sharing at the moment, just try to stop that and then share again.
You want me to stop the share and then reshare?
Please.
Okay.
We're still seeing your face and your bookshelf.
Okay, I restarted the share. How's that?
So we
Still
still,
good.
no, we still see you. You look great. Maybe you need to click along, like if you have multiple web page, if you're trying to open a web page or something, to click on that or to click on the document that you're trying to share, because we don't even see an attempt to share the screen opening.
That should do it. I can talk and continue the presentation at any time. What I'm trying to share with the board is a screenshot of the physical situation of the property. The property is located right next to the City of Aspen's Cozy Point Ranch property. It's accessed off of Highway 82 on Juniper Hill Road. It was dedicated or donated to the county to satisfy a requirement for employee generation impact fee and associated with the increased housing demand from the employee generation that was associated with the development of Cougar Canyon. Cougar Canyon was a 9-lot subdivision approved by the county, oh, wow, quite a few years ago now, probably around 30, not quite that long ago, 20-ish years ago. The subdivision has drawn and platted, created an out parcel that was in common ownership to the subdivider of Cougar Canyon. That out parcel is the property that we are concerned with here today, and that is the property that was deeded over to the county to satisfy the county's employee housing impact fee. So the property is about 40 acres. It occupies area along Juniper Hill Road and then up the adjoining hillside toward the Cougar Canyon subdivision. As you drive past it, you enter into Brush Creek Village and then continue through Brush Creek Village, eventually running into Brush Creek Road. So the property, because it came to the county as a employee housing impact dedication in lieu of an impact fee, is restricted to use for employee housing. That doesn't mean that employee housing has to be developed here, but the county, if it proceeds with the transaction to dispose of the property, the proceeds would go into the housing fund that is maintained by the county and used for employee housing purposes. So that is what's contemplated in this transaction. The ordinance that's in front of the board now contemplates a transaction with the Keating family.
Can I ask everyone to mute, please, if you're not John Ely?
The budget for the next proposal?
Hello, could you please mute? Thank you. Okay, John, go ahead.
I think I accidentally muted him while I did that. He's going to have to unmute.
Sorry about that if I did something. The transaction that's proposed by the ordinance would see the property sold for $880,000 to the potential buyers, the Keating family. The proceeds then, as I just stated, would be attributed to the county's affordable or employee housing program. The property, when it first came to us, involved quite a bit of discussions by the board as to whether or not we should put affordable housing on that property or transact it and utilize the proceeds someplace else. The board ultimately decided to list the property and to proceed in this fashion. The property most recently was listed for $850,000, and this potential transaction represents an offer that has come in at $880,000. Coincidentally, the backup offer that the county holds for the property is for the same amount. Because I cannot represent to the board now if the current contemplated transaction will go forward, we have, I guess, the three basic options for the board in dealing with this ordinance. The first one would be to continue it to the next regular meeting and see if the contract will progress and go hard, as it were, and proceed to a closing. I'm less enthusiastic with that alternative, quite frankly, simply because it builds in some delay into the process and dealing with the property and getting proceeds from the sale of the property into other housing projects that the county has going and other needs that we have in other parts of the county. We can proceed to adopt the ordinance. I would suggest that we amend some language on the face of the ordinance such that the ordinance would authorize the transaction to go forward, not only with the current potential buyer, but any other potential buyers should the current contract not be able to go forward to close. This is perhaps the most efficient use of the board's time. The other option, of course, is to deny the approval on second reading and effectively kill the ordinance as proposed currently. What we would be left with in that event is to adopt a future ordinance as needed to facilitate either the currently proposed transaction or some other contract and transaction in the future. If we go in this direction, it does not present any practical problems. We can turn around an ordinance relatively quickly to meet any demand for closing on the property. So with that, I'll leave it to the board with any questions and discussion of which action you wish to pursue.
Thank you, John. Questions for John Ely from the board? Francie and then Steve. Oh, you're on mute, Francie.
Sorry about that. The last time we talked about this property, you had mentioned the water issues and the extending the pipe to get from, I guess, the other subdivision into this property. And anyway, there were all these things that the original offer people were asking Pitkin County to absorb. And would that be the same with this backup buyer?
No, the current individual in the backup position has not done any diligence on the property to my knowledge. And I can get involved with that in more depth with the board, but I would advise that we do that in a closed session simply because it involves potential contract negotiations.
Okay.
Steve?
So, John, it sounds like your recommendation would be your second option to just modify the language of the ordinance to include the possibility of selling the property to the backup people. Is that correct?
It certainly probably sounded that way, Steve, but I can go with any action that the board wishes to take, including simply denying this ordinance now and coming back when needed with a new ordinance. Well, quite frankly, the options are available to the board, and however the board feels most comfortable proceeding should be the direction we go.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks for describing the options. I guess I'm most comfortable with option 3. I have to say, John, I think you said that it wouldn't be much of a burden for you in terms of time or effort to bring it back around as in the ordinance. So it's not like there's a big hurdle there. It sounds as if this deal may be falling apart from the, with this current buyer. We have a backup hovering out there, but we don't know if they're going to go through the same thing. I'm just kind of feeling like that I'd perhaps like to deny this and take it back and be poised to begin again with the backup offer or the original offer if they come back. I'm not sure where we stand there, but that's kind of how I'm leaning.
Thanks, Greg. John, I have a question. What amendments did you envision if we were to adopt this today?
Kelly, the ordinance as drafted was drafted for a particular transaction for particularly identified individuals in a particular attached form contract. So I would change the language to broaden it, not to make it buyer specific, and to facilitate a non-specified transaction. In other words, a non-specified as to the buyer. And then I would delete Exhibit B and a couple of other recitals in order to broaden the scope of the ordinance.
Would you leave the purchase price?
I would leave the purchase price in, and the fact that the county authorizes the acceptance only of offers that do not have a financing contingency.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for John Ely on this? Francie? You're muted still, or again?
Would the purchase price that you would have in there be the $880,000, or would it be what it was listed at originally?
$880,000.
So is that technically the new price?
I'm not sure what you mean by technically, Francie. The listing is still an active listing contract with our real estate agent, and it's for $850,000.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so let me go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. This, again, we're talking about authorizing the chair to execute necessary documents to convey Pitkin County's Cougar Canyon out parcel. And I don't see anyone called in now. We'll give it a few seconds. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion on the options in front of us. We have to pick something.
Don, if we are denying it, I want to see how technically we would do that. I believe we would have a motion to approve the ordinance as written. And then to deny it, we would just vote against that, vote no on it. Is that the procedure?
No, you don't need to make a motion that you hope to fail, so to speak. You can make the motion to not accept or to deny the ordinance as presented, and then that kills the item. It does not move forward and it does not. It will never become effective. The mechanism for bringing back a new ordinance associated with a new contract, or if this contract actually does work its way to getting into a position where it might close, which is still, I believe, a possibility, then I think at that point, in order to compress the time, I would probably bring back an emergency ordinance for the board's consideration so that we become effective immediately and that we could pursue without any delay or hesitation to effect the contract and work toward a closing.
Francie?
Okay.
I guess I have to ask if this is a little premature to do this, if you think that the existing contract might still go through, then shouldn't we wait until we know whether it's going to go through or not before we change the ordinance? Am I understanding it correctly?
Bill, your understanding is correct. I cannot represent to the board that the current offerer will be in a position to be able to close on the property, and hence the three options. So what you're talking about, Francie, it sounds like continuing the item, which is an option for the board, and more than likely, I guess you would continue it to the next regular meeting so that it can be finally adopted or dealt with in a different fashion.
Well, yeah, I was asking because it didn't seem like you were 100% sure that this current contract wasn't going to be successful.
That is a fact.
Given that information, I think we should continue it till February 10th. That would give the people who've made the offer, the current offer, the opportunity to still, follow through on it, or to tell us that they are deciding officially to back out on it.
As to the three possible actions of the board, and I don't want to talk you out of it, certainly. I'm just talking through it with you. The continuation basically keeps this particular ordinance alive and on our books for another 2-week period without any definitive action. If the current offer goes away, we would be stuck in a timeline such that we couldn't go forward in a new direction. That's not necessarily insurmountable either. It just means we'll have to wait until the next regular meeting and conclude the item either with dismissing this potential ordinance and coming back with a new one, or adopting this ordinance. I guess at the end of the day, we'll be able to transact this property. We will be able to infuse our program, our housing program, with cash, the proceeds from the sale. And someone will be able to develop that property with a house that they, probably love and will occupy and live in. So I don't get too hung up, I guess, on the alternatives. We can make any alternative the board chooses or feels the most comfortable with work.
Thanks, John. Greg?
So, John, have we had any indication from the people whose name is on this contract about where they stand? I guess I'd like to wonder why they're not here today asking us for an extension, or, it seems to me that they had an opportunity to meet a deadline and they've missed it. We don't know how serious this is, that I don't know if they've changed their minds or if they're looking for something else from us. But we do know that we have other offers out there who seem to be fairly eager to at least put back up and talk like they're serious. That's why I was thinking that in order to stop, any delays, we just deny this one and see who comes forward. And it may be a quick way to get this thing done and behind us, get the cash, get the buyer on the property. Otherwise, it just seems like we're delaying on behalf of a buyer who may never come through. And I may not understand that correctly, but that's what I think I hear.
That is true, perhaps. I just don't have enough information to tell you accurately that, yeah, your assumptions underlying your conclusions are accurate. I would assume that the buyers are not here, or the potential buyers are not here now because they're not really asking for time. They're considering their own abilities and other items of development of the property.
And if I could just
interject,
I had asked John if we could put this on our executive session to be updated on what the contract negotiation status is for next Tuesday. I don't know if that affects anyone's thinking.
I think we could deny it now and entertain that in an exec next Tuesday. I guess it seems to me that leaves our options open for whoever comes forward. That's where I'm leaning.
Okay. Other feedback, Steve?
So I'd like to make a motion to deny the ordinance authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents to convey Pitkin County's Cougar Canyon outpost.
Okay, is there a second on the motion to deny?
I'll do it. I'll second it since I brought it up.
Okay. Further discussion on this, if anyone needs clarification. Francie?
I just want to be clear before I make a vote here, John. So the one proposal is to just go ahead and continue this ordinance, which specifically addresses the current offer on the property. Is that correct? It's specific to that offer, this ordinance. Okay. Second possibility is, one possibility is to deny it, start all over again, and you could, in fact, start all over again with the current buyer should they suddenly decide they can't live without this property. Is that correct, too?
Right.
And then there was a third one, which I've kind of lost in the midst of all this.
The third one would be to go ahead and approve, in other words, to accept the ordinance, entertain public comment, of course, but to accept it with some offered amendments that would give to the board that would relate to the way the ordinance is structured. In other words, to expand the specified buyer and so forth, but to retain the transaction price and one other particularity of the transaction is that it doesn't have a financing contingency.
And it doesn't have a name specifically attached to it, a buyer's name.
Right.
Well, I honestly would prefer that, I believe.
Okay, some other discussion. Patty, anything you want to offer? Okay. I would say, I guess I am not, as aligned with any adoptions to the ordinance to make it very general, because it just doesn't seem in line with how we pass ordinances on properties. Generally, our property purchases are very, are specific to the buyer, to the property. So I'm just a little less comfortable with making this more generic. And, I would think that even if we continue this ordinance, that, or if we deny it and then John brings it back in terms of an emergency ordinance, that those would happen at the same time. Like the earliest timing for those would be February 10th anyway. So I guess I'm not seeing the benefit as much in denying this ordinance rather than continuing it. because it just sort of slams the door on the contract. But, you know, am I missing anything in that interpretation, John Ely?
No, Kelly, I think that's an accurate assessment. I would say one thing in addition, I don't think I was completely clear on. When I mentioned that I was less enthusiastic about the continuation, it's just that if there's a definitive action on the ordinance one way or the other, then at least it's clearer to any other new potential buyers of a status, as opposed to it just hanging fire for another couple of weeks.
Sure.
But that can be cleared up with discussions and coordination with our real estate broker.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that. That helps me make my decision. Is there any discussion before I call the question? Patty?
Yeah, I'm not going to support denying it or, you know, canceling this contract at this point. I'd rather continue it to see what the current potential purchaser might say to us, and executive session on next Tuesday. So I think I would be more supportive of continuing it.
Okay. Well, let's vote on this motion and see how it goes. So I will, again, the motion on the table is to deny the ordinance to execute the purchase of this property. So all in favor of the denial, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
So Greg and I. Okay. All opposed to the denial, please say no.
Aye.
No.
No, I'm opposed.
So I'll just be clear. So Greg and I voted to deny, and Francie, Patty, and Steve opposed the denial. And I'm just jotting
I'll
this
make
down.
a motion to continue this item to our next regular meeting, and agree with Kelly that we should set this for executive session discussion at our next executive session.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, Patty made the motion, Steve seconded. Any discussion on continuing this to February 10th? John Ely?
I'm sorry, I thought the vote was 3-2 to deny the ordinance.
No, Greg
No.
and I
Okay.
voted to deny, and Francie, Patty, and Steve opposed the denial.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to continue this to February 10th. Any further discussion? All in favor of the, oh, sorry, Francie, go ahead.
Can I ask, I just had a question. I thought you had said that you had asked John to do it in the executive session next Tuesday.
Yes, but
Not
the ordinance would come back on February 10th as our next regular meeting, when we could vote on it. We won't vote in executive session, we'll just discuss it.
Okay.
Okay, all right, seeing none, all in favor, Greg?
Oh, I just wanted to be clear with John. It sounds as if we're still in this contract then. It's continuing. I guess we won't talk about it until exec session, but basically we're still dancing with this buyer while other buyers wait. That's
a good description. We are still dancing with the first potential buyer, the offer. Technically, though, we are not under contract until the board adopts an ordinance authorizing the contract.
okay. So we're not under contract technically. Okay. For what that's worth, I'm not quite sure what all that implies, but thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, again, the motion on the table is to continue this to February 10th. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anyone opposed? Wait, I'm sorry, I'm checking in. Anyone opposed to the continuation?
Unless we're not doing that kind of it.
No, okay. So I will record that as 5 in favor of continuing this to February 10th. Okay. Thank you very much. I do want to check in with the board. We've been going for over 2.5 hours. I know I need to run to the restroom, and I want to see if the board wants to take a break at this time, or plug on and break later in our agenda. Patty?
Let's take a break.
Okay. How many minutes? 10, 15?
I think 10 minutes is good.
10 minutes? Okay. 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 2:50 on item 16. Thanks, Grassroots. We'll be back in 10. down, please. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, January 27th. We're coming back from a short break, and we are on item number 16, which is a second reading and public hearing for an ordinance repealing and reenacting the Pickens County Procurement Code. It looks like there's a request to continue this. I don't see staff Chris Davis on, so I don't know if Jeanette or John Peacock want to speak to this item.
Sure, and we have requested the continuation primarily because Chris, who is our main staff member on this, was working on the vaccination clinic as in his ESF role in logistics, and was not able to submit the paperwork in time for the second reading, and that's why we're asking for the continuation.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing and see if anyone has any comments on our procurement code. I do see someone calling in ending number 4188. Are you calling for public comment on the Pickens County Procurement Code? Number 4188.
That one on?
Hi there. Have you called in to provide comment for the Pickens County Procurement Code?
Oh, nope, sorry. I'll go back on mute. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, thank you.
You are muted. You are muted.
Can you mute? Okay. Okay, I will close the public hearing on this and bring it back to the board for any questions or discussion. Patty?
I'm just going to go ahead and make an motion to continue it to February 10th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Steve?
Just to note that we very seldom have had something delayed because of the pandemic. This is one of the first things that actually the pandemic directly delayed an action we were going to take. It did slow down some other things like our airport discussion and whatnot, but I think we've done amazingly well through the pandemic. And thank Chris Davis for working on the vaccination clinic the other day.
Great, thank you.
Yep, and he's done a lot of the logistics work to get us up and running too.
All right. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the continuation, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you, everyone. Okay, moving to item number 17, which is our emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading regarding our Pickens County Manager's action on a declaration implementing a local emergency disaster due to the Black Hills Energy gas outage. John Peacock?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And just as quick background, of course, on December 27th, Pickens County experienced a natural gas outage that affected primarily the city of Aspen and parts of rural Pickens County. The following days, it became clear that because of the steps that needed to be taken by Black Hills and the staff that needed to be gathered to do that, that it would be potentially several nights or days before gas would be turned on for some customers. So on December 28th, I signed a disaster declaration to put us into position to receive state or federal reimbursement should we have housing issues and such that exceeded our capabilities. We're particularly concerned because Obviously, congregate emergency housing, which is our typical go-to solution in a situation like this, was made more challenging because of COVID. When I sign a disaster declaration, that has to be confirmed by the board within, I believe, 7 days. On January 4th, the board had an emergency resolution, which takes effect immediately. Ratifying that declaration today is an opportunity, is a second reading of that emergency resolution and confirmation of that emergency resolution. As it turned out, with our partnership with Black Hills Energy and our municipalities through our incident management team, we're actually able to distribute a number of electric heaters and provide other sources. We ended up housing just a few families who were in need, and responding to the incident did not exceed our capabilities. So this is a bit academic at this point, but would still appreciate the confirmation of that emergency declaration.
Okay, any questions for John? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on, this is a public hearing, right, John Ely? Yes, okay.
Yes.
I'll open the public hearing on this item, and I see no callers. We'll just give it a moment. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution ratifying the Pitkin County Manager's action on a declaration implementing a local emergency disaster due to the Black Hills Energy gas outage.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? I was hoping the saboteurs would call and turn themselves in. This really damaging occurrence for us in our community. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to item 17B, which I'll note we amended the agenda at the start of the meeting to move item number 4 down to item 17B, and this is for a liquor license application submitted by the Buell Retreat at Diamond J Lodge. And Jeanette Jones, if you could present this application, please.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. This is an application submitted by Cast Iron Cascade, LLC, DBA Buell Retreat at Diamond J Lodge. They're requesting a hotel restaurant liquor license to serve liquor at the Diamond J Lodge, located at 26604 Frying Pan Road up in Meredith. The partners of the LLC are Reuben Parker Sadowski, Andrew Clifford Skews, and Ed Stern. And I believe some of them are here with us today. I think we know, I think I saw Reuben. There's Reuben. So anyway, the applicant is also requesting an optional premise permit to go along with this license. For approval for the property is shown in the attachment in your packet. The applicant is asking for an optional premise site for weddings and other special events for guests of the ranch. Pursuant to the liquor code, approval of areas of optional premise areas must be obtained from the state licensing authority and the local licensing authority. And the decision of each of those authorities is discretionary And in the event that the state and local licensing authorities allow the area or the areas to be designated optional premises, no alcohol beverages may be served on the optional premises without the licensee, excuse me, having provided written notice to the state and local licensing authorities 48 hours prior to the event, and the notice shall contain the specific days and hours on which the optional premises are to be. Pursuant to Section 43040 of the code, the land use code I'm referring to, the Diamond J Ranch falls under the category of a guest ranch, and since it's grandfathered for events as a guest ranch, they would not have to apply for a special event permit through the Community Development Department. And this comes out of my conversation with Suzanne Wolf during the referral process. And another example of this grandfathering is the Two Lazy 7 Ranch. And they also have 3 optional premise permits approved by the county and the state. The lodge has a lodging capacity of 88 people. 8 rooms are in the main lodge, and then they have several cabins. The restaurant will provide, I should say they shall provide, must provide according to the liquor code, meals from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., but that depends upon how long these applicants want to keep the restaurant, but there has to be meals provided when they serve liquor. And then after hours, sandwiches or snacks of some sort. The guest ranch only qualifies to serve guests of the lodge and guests who are there for an organized event, but not the general public. It cannot be open to the general public. The staff has had tips training. Additionally, the applicants have committed to place no alcohol consumption signage around all the optional premises boundaries. If someone is attending an event, not staying overnight, then they will ask the guests to make sure they have designated driver shuttles. But I'll let Ruben expand upon that. And because there's not a special event permit incorporated or that will be have to be pulled for any of these events, I've asked Ruben to talk a little bit about the parking and the traffic flow. That really isn't part of the liquor licensing, but I thought maybe it would help if he went over that a little bit with the commissioners. There's also been a petition submitted by the neighbors. Notice the hearing is published in the Aspen Times Weekly, and the property posted in accordance with the 10-day noticing requirement. And I think with that, I'll stop there, and I think Ruben has a brief presentation as well, and then we'll take any questions that the board might have.
Okay, thank you, Jeanette. Hi, Ruben. I welcome you to introduce yourself and your team and present to the board.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hey, great. Well, thank you for giving me some time. I see a lot of faces and names that I know, and I'll try and be short because I more want to answer questions, but I've been here for 32 years. I'm very excited to have this new business that brings many of my other endeavors kind of all into symbiosis, and to finally have a really solid project where I can continue trying to bring more of the world that I've explored to Aspen, and more of the Aspen idea and the Roaring Fork Valley, as well as the Frying Pan, to the world. And yeah, the Bayou retreat, I got a text earlier asking for the definition of that name. The Bayou is actually, it's a Tibetan tradition, and it's actually, it's likely the stem of even many of our traditions of Avalon or Eden, kind of stem back to these hidden valleys in the Himalayas that are real places, and not just idyllic paradises, but places that allow us to be challenged in such a way that we have an opportunity to grow our awareness and kind of practice more of our Buddhism, if you will, in a shorter amount of time. And so, as many of you know, the Diamond J Ranch has been around for a long time, like almost exactly 100 years. It's had many iterations, and we feel really fortunate, my business partner Abby, as well as others, and our investment group and our advisors, to have come upon it at a time where really the last owners brought it through the money pit phase, and it's in good shape. We also got up here November 4th, which was a little under a year from when we found it, raised the money, put it together, went through our crash course MBA, and got up here with our team, and immediately cleared like 35,000 pounds of trash and had a full house of hunters as our first guests, who were very amenable to us not knowing how to fix frozen pipes and learning a new business. Me and my team mostly come from the event and music world, event production, as well as retreats, health and wellness, and yeah, we see this as our lifestyle and our community, and we've already done a lot up here. We've got 4 couples living up here. We've also got some amazing dogs and a miniature donkey named Pinto. It's our intention to be a lot of things. What we are right now is a backcountry wilderness lodge, and that's what it's always been, and it's always been a guest ranch. And to some degree, we will always be that. But we are also a wellness retreat center. We have already hosted some backcountry adventure, like we want to be a backcountry adventure base camp, and we've already done wilderness first responder courses as well as avalanche safety courses. We've got artist residencies going on. We've been working closely with Tom Dunlop and others, you know, in the county to make sure that everything we're doing is compliant with all COVID restrictions, and we actually feel like we are really better suited to, you know, be of service to people in this time because we're really a spread out hotel. It's not exactly a Marriott or a whatever, Motel 6. We've got a beautiful lodge with 8 rooms, 2 of which we've taken offline so that there's no sharing of bathrooms, and then there's 14 separate cabins, some of which are like perfect for 2 people, and some of which are basically full houses and can sleep up to like 8 or 10. And so obviously right now when people come up, they're just in their family pod. We're 32 acres, 3 ponds. We've got good water rights and incredible access to the White River National Forest and Holy Cross Wilderness across the street. I will also say, as far as how you should think about us, we think of ourselves as kind of an idea incubator and really an access point for new demographics to be able to access this whole valley. And we've already had so many cool ideas and young entrepreneurship partner with us and come through, and yeah, we launched this business during COVID and made a plan for it, and it's working out well. So far we're hitting all our numbers and we're hitting our marks. Our staff has stayed safe. We're doing all of the tracking and everything and had no incidences. And we also opened a restaurant at this time, and for the first 2 months we're doing 25% capacity and doing amazing 4-course meals. It's called the Campesino Kitchen, and now we've taken it back to just takeout, which again is really easy for us, and we've even delivered some meals via donkey to doorsteps. And yeah, what else can I say about it? The liquor license, what I want you guys to know about the liquor license for us is, like, our group are not drinkers per se. Now, that being said, if we're hosting a wedding or a conference or something for the people on site, many people, that is, you know, their medicine and a nice glass of wine or craft beer or, you know, a sip of mezcal is fine by us. But we want to make it clear we don't want to be part of the, like, rude eye party scene. We really are up here for health and wellness and access to nature in a way that is vital and deeply necessary right now in our modern world and in these crazy times. And so as a place of healing, we're glad we're able to get, or hopefully that we're approved for this liquor license. And also with all of our event experience, and I've also come before the Board of Commissioners before for different events that we've done at like an old snowmass and Owl Creek Farm and things within the city. And so I think I get a lot of the regulations and how we need to plan for any outcome so that we are, just being good hosts and good neighbors. It was actually really fun going around and getting the petition from our neighbors and hearing stories and just getting unanimous support for what we're doing. The Diamond J is clearly a very special place in the hearts of many of this community, and especially the close community. And even we went to all of the caucus meetings this summer, and when we announced that Abby and I, who were easily 40 years younger than everyone else at the caucus, we're taking on the Diamond J, they kind of all stood up and said, "This community supports you and will help you plow, and we're excited to have you." And so we really feel very welcomed up here. And I think I'll leave it at that. Obviously, as you can tell, I'm using this as a marketing opportunity to let you all know that this is a good place for a staycation or any of your retreat or conference ideas. Obviously, we're taking it slow with the current COVID crisis, but it's also allowing us to learn how to deal with frozen pipes in our first year up here. And the liquor license will be helpful to our business and helpful to our restaurant. The only point that I got back and kind of working with Jeanette Jones that I do want to ask about and get clarity on and maybe even push back on is that, we have our optional premises, which, we'd like for people to be able to, take their glass of wine, around the field, or if we have a wedding going on over here, to not be confined to the lodge. But also wondering if we can, or basically we want to be able to have alcohol available in the cabins, which are essentially just more of our rooms. They're all within sight, and it's part of our whole optional premise map. And so it's those 14 extra rooms that I was told we may not be able to serve alcohol or have some there. Maybe people just have to have their own there. So just some clarity on that, and I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Ruben. Appreciate hearing from you. Let's see if there is questions from the board for Jeanette or for Ruben at this time. Steve, do you have a question?
No question. I just have comments, seeing if there are questions first.
Okay, great. Greg, do you have a question?
Oh, I just wanted to follow up Ruben's last comment with what Jeanette's comment on the optional premises boundary, which I see on the map here. Is there we need clarification on that? Is that part of this permit? I guess that's for,
yeah, that's part of the permit. Yeah, we have two different things. We have the application for the liquor license. That application will, if approved by you all, will go to the state. And they're also requesting an optional premises license, which will be in conjunction with this application. It's another block to check on the application that they're requesting this optional premise. And right now, a hotel liquor license is confined to the hotel and the rooms all in that building per se, and then the optional premises. I did reach out to the state just so Ruben knows, and the cabins don't qualify for liquor. It can't be transported from the lodge to the cabin.
Okay, you said they do not qualify. Okay, so that premise map wouldn't wouldn't qualify for that. Right. Okay. Thank you. I did want to say that I enjoyed reading the history you've provided and hearing what your ambitions are for the place, and I'm enthusiastic about seeing it all happen up there. So but it's great to hear about the history of the Rileys and you know the original lodge, and reading that brochure from 1965 was pretty interesting. It was a 6-hour drive from Denver, for instance, to Glenwood, they say, back then, and that the elk herds were increasing in those days. Well, today we have declining herds. It's just interesting to see the context, the historical context. But that was really the only question. Well, actually, there was one. I did have the question if you know, somebody's overserved, and you're just, are you going to be able to help them if they have to get down the road to Basalt? You've taken the TIPS program. I assume you know the protocols for how to handle situations like that, because you're up there by yourself at the end of a long, windy road. If somebody wants to leave the valley, what's your plan for that?
Yeah, good question. Like you said, our entire staff is TIPS certified. Tom Regan, also who trained us, said he'd really like to come back and work security or bartend or anything, anytime. He seemed a little jealous of our living situation. And we, first off, really are going to be discouraging anyone driving at all or even planning to drive. But of course, things can happen. It's kind of rare that we're completely 100% occupied. So I think that would be our first course of action, is offering someone a room for free and kind of having that be our tipsy taxi service. We will always have someone sober on site for exactly that reason if we did have to drive them. And then we do even have one person that is already on our payroll and is event staff, that will be bringing up 4 bigger events and just adding it as an event fee. It's our friend Alyssa Rodman, who's an Aspen Mountain ski patroller. She's a nurse and an EMT. And so we really, having done a lot of events and having seen some crazy things happen when you wouldn't expect it, whether it's a wedding or event or whatever, we'll have that. We've also even had a wilderness first responder course on site, and then they did a specific training for our entire staff. So we all have our wilderness first aid as well, and really feel prepared to respond to something like that, or if somebody tripped and fell and hurt themselves, or a myriad of emergency situations. So we do recognize that we're right on the edge of being truly backcountry, even though we've got a phone and like we could, and we've got paved roads. Sometimes you don't even have that much time. So we'll also even have a rodeo bag up here, like oxygen, AED, all that kind of stuff. So we'll approach that as best we can and think that we planned ahead for those kind of situations.
Great, thank you.
So, first of all, let me just say I'm supportive of having the liquor license there. I have a long history with the Diamond J. I actually stayed there at the Riley's cabins back in the 1950s. That was one of my first trips to the Roaring Fork Valley. We've known the Bowles family, who were previous owners to the Rileys, for 60 years. There are still members of the Bowles family around in the valley. And then I've been to various events there, including Frying Pan Caucus events, which they were holding their corn boil there. And I don't know if that is still in the works to have that be an annual event there at the Diamond J. I hope so.
And also have a crawfish boil in the spring, for sure.
Yeah. So it's a great place for a spread out hotel, as you described it. It's a very nice property. The Frying Pan Road is treacherous. I drove school bus up there enough times in the wintertime, especially, to know how treacherous it can be. And when I was a teenager, I actually slid off the Frying Pan Road one time when I was in high school. So I appreciate your efforts to have designated drivers when there are people who are not staying there, who are there at some event, to have someone who is not drinking to be able to drive people home. And I know that's not your intention to have that happen too often. You're more having people be there and staying there. But anyhow, I do support your application for the liquor license.
Thanks, Steve. Any other questions? Patty?
Mine is not a question, it's a comment. I don't have Steve's years of history with the Diamond J, but I have 32 years of history with Ruben. Ruben is what I would consider, and with Alyssa Rodman, they're part of the generation of kids that I like to say helped grow them up. So Ruben and I have talked years ago about his thoughts and ideas of doing something entrepreneurial with a basis of health and well-being, and you know, lots of the issues he's already mentioned. So it's exciting, Ruben, for me to see you come to this point, and I'm glad that I can be part of the BOCC at a time when we can help move you along, and we're going to be keeping an eye on you because now we know where to find you, Ruben. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
Yes, Francie?
I just wanted to say congratulations on this adventure. It's really exciting. It's right up my alley. I think it's such a great idea, and I definitely will support your application for a liquor license.
Thank you so much, and I know that I'm very inspired by your family's, thought about this many times while sitting at Avalanche Ranch, and your brother Ty has actually been helping hold some of our salmon for our other family business we started, the direct-to-consumer salmon distribution company this year.
Right.
And places like T Lazy 7 and Avalanche Ranch are definitely for us the inspiration that not only can this work and be helpful to people, but it can be a real business. And that's what's important to us, is that all the dreams live on something stable.
Yeah, well, Ty and his brothers worked for me when I ran Colorado Wilderness Experience, so they grew up being outdoor leaders for teenagers in the wilderness, and so it's just right in line with what we love. So congratulations.
Well, thank you.
And I do have a question for Jeanette. We have to open this up for public hearing. Greg, did you have a question?
Oh, I just had a comment that Ruben had made earlier about the party scene down in Rudai, and it just kind of made my eyes open up, and I wanted to hear about the good influence you'll have on the party crowd down in Rudai. I'd never heard about them, but that could be another conversation later.
Well, I'll just comment super quickly, and it's something that we heard a lot when we were at the caucus meetings, is that this was by far the busiest summer that the Frying Pan has ever seen, just as people are searching farther, and Maroon Bells and other places are pretty saturated. And they saw 2 or 3 or 4 times the amount of visitors up the Frying Pan and at like Chapman Lake Reservoir and places like that. We want to be helpful with that influx. I have no doubt that us being up here and marketing our special spot is going to bring even more people. But as I've been discussing with like Devin Kostmeyer and people at the Forest Service as we're working with them, we intend to be good stewards and kind of like an educational portal for people who are coming up here, even kind of pulling them in with like, hey, come check out the property, and hoping to share things like leave no trace ethics and true kind of like wilderness responsibility, community engagement, all that kind of stuff. And so I think that's again why we've like received so much support from the people around us, because I have really seen at those caucus meetings how much the people up here care about their close community, and so that's again why it felt good to be seen as being beneficial to the entire Upper Frying Pan.
Thank you. And I just want a clarifying question, Jeanette, on just the technicality of the hotel liquor license. So what I'm interpreting from what I heard is that that a hotel is considered a contiguous building rather than rooms that serve as kind of outpost buildings. And is that in state statute where that definition resides? It seems like it's a little outdated.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Kel, not to be state, to see if there's any way that, and I think there is a state law where if somebody comes in and has a bottle of wine, and I can't remember what the content is that's left over because it's court, they can take that. I'll review that with Ruben.
Okay.
So that would work for the that it has to be hotel restaurant license has to be in the hotel.
Sure.
Per se. We're looking at the lodge like a hotel. But I'll certainly work with him and see if there's any other way, but as far as I know, right now it's prohibited.
Well, and I don't know if there's like a catering license or something that would work around that. It seems like to-go liquor is a thing, is a COVID thing that people may be reluctant to let go of post-COVID. But I think we can also talk about talk with our state reps if they're hearing that this needs an update to accommodate, I think what is a more popular form of hotel hospitality. So, okay, well, thanks. So with that, I do want to open the public hearing on this. And let's see if anyone has called in. I don't see any callers. We will give it a few seconds here to allow folks to call in and comment on the liquor license application for the Bale Retreat at Diamond J Lodge. Okay, I'm not seeing any callers, so I will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board. I saw Steve with his hand first and then Greg.
So I presume when there is this is being used as a venue event, which would be outside like a wedding, that the alcohol could be carried around on the grounds by the patrons. Wouldn't that be correct?
That's correct.
As a venue event. So it would be served though at the hotel or on the patio there of the not the hotel, the lodge. That would be the serving area, but then people could carry it around different parts of the grounds. So how is that different from people then carrying it back to their cabins?
The liquor can be served in the optional premise area. It's attachment to your packet, Steve, and we define the boundary of that optional premise, and liquor can be served there. That's the purpose of the optional premises. And to Kelly's point, the state of Colorado, and I've always wondered about this, we do not have, the state of Colorado does not have caterer licenses, and that's something that I think that we should have. And Kelly, we do have a meeting, I think once a month, it's with the state of Colorado and all Department of Revenue, liquor enforcement, and I'll certainly put that on the agenda if you would like me to have them consider either caterers licenses or something that we can do for these rural areas that are I guess, per se, venues.
Sure. Thanks, Jeanette. Greg?
Okay, yeah, Jeanette, I just guess I need clarity. I was under the impression that they wouldn't be allowed to serve in the optional premises boundary. I was thinking it's the summertime and there's a tent set up by the pond and they have a bar in the tent. That's not possible without a special event permit, or does it actually qualify inside this premise?
It qualifies inside this.
It does. Okay, I had it backwards. Okay, great. I certainly approve of this, and it sounds as if it's not onerous and it's something that is workable. And I think this group, I know a couple of them, or three of the principals here, and I'm supportive of what you're all doing.
All right, are you ready to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve I've got to go back and find what it's called here, the application for hotel restaurant liquor license submitted by Cast Iron Cascade LLC DBA Bayou Retreat at Diamond J Lodge.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Francie. Any further discussion? I'll just say, you know, Ruben, you had me a miniature donkey. My 4-year-old and 2-year-old would love that. So we'll be looking for you. I will call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Best of luck to you.
Great. Well, thank you all so much for the time, and we'd love to have you up here as visitors. Thank you also to Jeanette, who's been so helpful, as well as people like Suzanne Wolf and Mitch Haas. We, just so you know, you'll probably see us again because we want to do a lot of cool stuff here, and the way that we always work is asking for permission because we have a lot of respect for the work that you and the city and what everyone does to keep our community in the special place it is. And so even though we may try and push the boundaries of something in the future, we'll check in with you first rather than the other way around.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. Thanks, Jeanette. Good to see you. Moving on to our land use items. Item number 18, we have a resolution approving the Rosemary Circle LLC activity envelope review. Looks like there's a request to continue to April 14th. And I see Tammy Cochin here to present this item or give us an update. Hi, Tammy.
Yeah, there's not much update, Kelly. We've continued it a few times now, and it's upon the applicant's request. They just want a little bit more time again to still review what staff's put forward for them in terms of the resolution.
Okay. Is there any questions for Tammy? This is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open up the public hearing to see if anyone has any comments on this item or the continuation. Okay, I'm seeing no one calling in. I will close this public hearing and bring it back to the board for any discussion or a motion to continue, please. Steve.
I'll move to continue the resolution approving Rosemary Circle LLC activity envelope review to April 14th, 2021.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Francie, did you have any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to item number 19, the Redstone 2016 LLC 2020 annual review. Hi, Suzanne Wolf.
Hi, Kelly. Thanks. Suzanne Wolf here for Community Development. Welcome, Francie. Nice to see you. My first meeting with you, I guess. Here today for the Redstone Castle's annual review. April and Steve Carver are both here with us as well. The approval that was granted by the BOCC in 2018 for the Redstone Castle and the associated parcels provided for special events and tourist accommodations and tours on the property. And that approval came with a condition requiring an annual review at a public hearing with the BOCC. So the applicant submits a report every year about their activities and amount of vehicles and traffic and how many tours they've done and all of that information, which was included in your packet. And then we bring that forward to you at a public hearing. We refer it out to the caucus and the neighborhood groups that have been involved in the past to see if there are any issues out there, and come before you. So that's why we're here today. The memo includes the information on what's required in that report. Again, there's a lot of detail. I think I'll let April and Steve address that or answer any questions you might have about that. Obviously, this year looked a bit different for Steve and April and the castle in terms of activities. And again, I think they can speak to that. It was obviously closed down for a while with the lockdown. And then they have since reopened and worked under the public health restrictions and been in compliance with that. But their operations are in compliance with that Village Lodge Preservation Master Plan that was approved by the BOCC. And just one thing to note, I did not receive any complaints this past year. They included in their report any complaints they had received, which were all related to really traffic on the road and speeds. They've set a speed limit of 11 miles per hour that people exceed at times. So it sounded like that was the bulk of the issues that had been raised this summer. I did attach a letter from the Harpers to the packet that I'd received at the last minute, so it wasn't referenced in my memo. Those are neighbors who basically just said, you know, we would hope there would be no change, to the operation. They appreciated the quiet over the last year. And I guess speaking to that issue of no change, if you recall, when the approval was adopted, there was an idea of phasing in how many events they would have in certain years in order to see what the effects were of that and how that worked. So last year, which was year 2 of their operations, they were limited to the same levels as they were in year 1 because they hadn't operated up to that level yet. And still, you know, I think the BOCC and wanted to see what that would look and feel like. So I've recommended the same moving into this next year, that they still stay with that original level, again, in order to sort of demonstrate, you know, how that works moving forward. So other than that, we're recommending approval of the resolution that approves the annual review.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Suzanne? Okay, I'll invite the owners if they want to address the board at this time. Steve and April, nice to see you.
I'm Steve Carver, and April and I are both here. It was a slow year. COVID makes it a tough year for those of us in the hospitality and tourist business, as you well know, so we're dealing with that. I think it's fairly straightforward in terms of what our report is. It wasn't much activity. Mr. McCormick had 2 complaints about people on the road, which we dealt with and he dealt with, and I think that was kind of the extent of that. I would like, I think, to suggest, Suzanne, that we reference the annual report from last year in this current year's resolution, because there was a bunch of stuff out of the original resolution that was resolved last year, so that if your statement here is that the resolution continues, including that we modified the alcohol provision as relates to that, and I just assume that it'd all be easy to refer to on a roll forward basis.
Okay, any questions for the Carvers right now by the board? No. Steve?
Well, welcome, Steve and April. It's good to see you again. I know we had spent a lot of time together in meetings that dragged on for interminable lengths of time. It's really unfortunate that the pandemic hit this year when you were really hoping to be having your business be starting to boom. And I was surprised a little bit that, I mean, you are actually allowed unlimited events of under 20 people, and yet you didn't have any events of under 20 people. They were, the ones you did hold were more than that. Is it still part of your business plan? I guess it depends on what people come to you for, you know, your clientele, what sort of events they want to hold. But have you had just demand for bigger events and not the smaller ones?
Steve, thanks for that. It seems like the bread and butter is the overnight lodging, and the with the COVID restrictions, the events were just very difficult, and with the overnight lodging, we were able to get compliance with masking and social distancing, but the events, it's more difficult. And it's actually also difficult to run events at the same time that you're running overnight lodging, unless they're one and the same, and we've done a few of those.
So is it still your intention when the pandemic restrictions are gone that then you would be holding many more events like you had originally intended?
Yeah, we're trying to sort out the market and figure out what the demand is, and basically turning all the stones. As you know, it's a new world now.
Okay, any other questions for Suzanne or the Carvers? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open it up for members of the public who wish to comment on the Redstone Castle's 2020 annual review. Please go ahead and call in now, and we'll just give it a minute. Okay, seeing no members of the public joining us, I will close the public hearing on this topic, and I will bring it back to the board. I guess I'll ask Suzanne, the Carvers had asked for an amendment to the resolution, and I wanted to see if you had input on that or where that amendment might go.
Sure, Kelly. I think it's just a reference to the resolution that granted the approval last year. The annual review did include a couple of amendments to the language of the VLP master plan. So I think I would just add that it probably into finding number 4 is a reference to last year's resolution as well.
Okay, checking in with the board. Is there any objection to that suggestion? Is that okay by everybody? Greg?
I was just going to say, if you're ready for a motion,
please.
I would make a motion that we approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County granting annual review approval to the Redstone Castle for 2019-2020.
Do you want to, as amended?
Oh, yeah, do I need as amended? Thank you.
Okay. Greg?
I'll second that. Now that Greg amended it, I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Steve?
It doesn't really duly note all the things that the Carvers actually have done there. It just said that they complied with the things they had been, had promised to do, but we don't really have to enumerate all the different things that they have done, but it's been a lot of things that they have done in over several years to comply with, our original resolution, and I commend them for that. They've done a really awesome job. restoring the castle and the grounds and getting it to where it is today.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Thank you very much, April and Steve. Stay healthy, nice to see you, and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Hope this year's better.
Us too. Thanks.
All right, moving on to our final item on the agenda, number 20, the resolution approving the JCH LLC subdivision detailed submission and final plat, activity envelope, and site plan. This is a first reading. Let's see, Tammy, hello there. Staff to present this item to us today. You're muted, Tammy.
All right. Here we go. So I guess I'll just jump in. So the applicant for this item is JCH LLC. They're represented here today by Mitch Haas, and also their architects, Four and By, are on the line to answer any of your questions. So I guess just to summarize, today the applicant is requesting a detailed submission and final plat subdivision approval to subdivide their 21-acre parcel into 2 lots. In addition to this request, they're also asking for activity envelope and site plan review, and that's basically to make a couple minor modifications to their existing site plan and activity envelopes. So this is the final step in a 5-step process for subdivision. During this step, the P&Z reviews the detailed submission and final plat submission and provides a recommendation to the BOCC, who does render the final decision. The Planning and Zoning Commission has heard this and reviewed the application. That was on November 17th of 2020, and they recommended approval by a vote of 5-0. And I guess, you know, this should be somewhat familiar. Not much has changed since the conceptual submission was heard. The board heard it in 2019 in November and did approve it. And I guess Francie is new, so she's not familiar with it, but I'll try and be brief with the details. And then if you guys have any more questions, we can go back to that. So just to start, let me pull up my screen here. So just a little bit of background. The parcel is located at 550 Midnight Mine Road. It's known better as Lot 16 in Castle Creek Valley Ranch subdivision. It contains approximately 21 acres, like I said, which is conforming in the AS10 zone district. It's accessed off of Midnight Mine Road and is mostly covered by very large mature aspen trees. So in 1962, the parcel was developed as a single-family residence. In the early 90s, the BOCC approved the Castle Creek subdivision, and the parcel became known as Lot 16 of the Castle Creek Ranch subdivision. So this lot, as well as Lot 15, are really unique in the subdivision in that both of them existed prior to the creation of that subdivision. And when we reviewed the conceptual submission, this unique status was discussed at length, as there were some questions on whether it could be subdivided or not. So I'm not going to discuss that now, because that was covered pretty well previously. Then in 1992, approval was granted by the BOCC to construct a voluntary employee dwelling unit. That EDU was constructed and has since been occupied by residents employed within Pickens County. And at that time, the activity envelope was also established around that employee dwelling unit. Then in 1993, the single-family residence was hit by an avalanche. It destroyed a portion of that residence, and through consultation with the avalanche hazard mitigation professional, Art Mears, it was determined that they needed to build a mitigation structure, which they did. So that structure is still there and serves that parcel still today. And like I said, in 2019, the P&Z reviewed the conceptual submission and recommended approval to the board, who did approve it in November of 2019. Also in 2019, the BOCC granted a growth management allotment of 8,250 square feet for the new residents on the new proposed lot. So on the screen is the survey for that parcel. This is the existing single-family residence where my cursor is. And just to the east of it right here in this triangle shape is the avalanche mitigation structure. It is served by this existing driveway, which also serves the employee dwelling unit in this northern portion of the parcel. I guess also to point out is there's an existing accessory garage structure right here where my cursor is, and that's proposed to be demolished. And I'll also just point out this existing access driveway to the west, and there's also one here to the east that serves the avalanche mitigation structure, which I'll talk a little bit more in just a little bit. So again, to summarize what the applicant is requesting, they're basically requesting to subdivide the parcel into 2 lots. This is the final plat shown on the screen. The 2 lots will be divided right here in the middle. So they'll both contain approximately 10 acres. The lots will be called 16A, which will be the following parcel here. The newly created parcel is referred to as 16B, and it will include that employee dwelling unit and that future potential 8,250 square foot single family residence. As I just mentioned, the applicant is also requesting activity envelope and site plan review. And basically it's to encompass the existing improvements that have been there for quite a while, as well as, let me see if I can pull that up, as well as those access roads that I just pointed out. The applicant has stated they're going to utilize that access road to the avalanche mitigation structure just for the maintenance of that avalanche mitigation structure, as well as the one to the west. That access point would be used primarily for the construction of the required augmentation tanks, water tanks that are going to serve and sit on lot 16A. So sorry, I'm kind of jumping around here a little bit. So let me see if I can zoom in for you guys. So the applicant is proposing to do some buried water tanks, and that's a result of some of the commitments that they committed to in terms of water commitments and also augmenting for that second residence. And so I believe it's 5 25,000 gallon buried water tanks, and they're proposing to locate those tanks right where my cursor is, which is an area that's basically existing sod right now. And those tanks will be fed by water delivered from Queens Gulch via the Mosher pump and the pipeline. So that infrastructure actually already exists and feeds the existing ponds there. So they're basically just going to be tapping into that existing infrastructure for those buried water tanks. So this application was referred to the Castle Creek Valley Ranch HOA, the Castle Creek Caucus, the planning engineer, environmental health, and the fire protection district. We didn't receive any comments this round. We did, in the conceptual phase, and we haven't incorporated those comments into this approval. We did receive comments from Joe Wells. he actually submitted them to the P&Z, and we discussed those comments with him at that time. I believe all his concerns we covered. I don't know if he's going to be on the line, but he, I guess to summarize some of his thoughts were he was a little bit concerned about scenic review, but at this point, nothing is being proposed that requires scenic review. Right now, the only improvements are those buried water tanks. So with that, we are not conducting a scenic review. At the time, the applicant does come in to submit for any new improvements above ground, especially that single-family residence. They would be required to do a site plan review with a detailed scenic review at that point. So with that, I'll just jump into the first portion of the review, which is the activity envelope and site plan review. As I just mentioned, the proposed activity envelopes are pretty similar to what's existing, and they're really just encompassing the existing improvements. What is new, like I mentioned, is they are now proposing to encompass those spur roads that they're going to utilize for maintenance and construction, maintenance for that avalanche mitigation wall, as well as that new activity envelope on lot 16A is now going to encompass those buried water tanks and the existing development. So most of the criteria for activity envelope and site plan review was covered at length at the conceptual review. But to summarize, it was found that the parcel is not within a floodplain or any riparian habitat or riparian setbacks. The wildfire hazard has been determined to be moderate, and that can be mitigated. The most notable constraint on the parcel is definitely the avalanche hazard. Portions of this lot do contain red and blue areas as defined in our land use code. So during the P&Z review, we discussed the issue of this access road that's going to be used to serve the mitigation wall, and the fact that it is within the red zone. So staff was very concerned with that, and we've agreed with the applicant that with appropriate labeling and some very specific conditions of approval, that issue can be dealt with. And so they've agreed to just label it basically, avalanche mitigation structure maintenance road, and to use it only for those purposes and not to improve that driveway. So, basically with that improved labeling, staff believes the activity envelope and site plan comply with all the standards appropriate for approval. And with that, I'll move on to the conformance of the subdivision and detailed plat, final plat submission. So the applicable standards were covered at length within the P&Z memo. So at this point, I'm not going to read through all of them, but I'm just going to summarize the findings related to the applicable standards. So I'll start with the access standards, and those are pretty simple just due to the fact that they're proposing to utilize the existing driveway. There's no improvements to that driveway. It's already there. It already has the utilities associated with it, and it can serve for any future services. Similarly, like I just said, all the major utilities are currently available to the lots, including power and communication lines. For water and wastewater, both lots will be provided with a well and OWTF. Staff believes that the proposed subdivision is consistent with the 2003 Maroon Castle Creek Master Plan, which is the applicable master plan in that area, as well as the AR10 zone district. And that was also discussed at length at conceptual review and the GMQS review. No county, staff doesn't believe that any county road improvements are necessary or necessitated by the development. and a road impact fee will be required to be paid at the time of a building permit. Next, I'd say that the existing infrastructure is adequate to serve the development. It's not anticipated to generate service or facility demands that can't be already met with the existing budgets. Staff also believes that construction impacts can be mitigated. The applicant will be required to come up with a construction management plan prior to constructing a new residence. Additionally, staff believes that all the performance assurances have been captured in the GMQS commitments. So staff doesn't believe that there's a need to have a subdivision improvements agreement. And then lastly, prior to detailed submission and final plat prior to approval, the applicant was required to submit a final plat, which they have. I just brought that up on screen. They're also required to submit a driveway easement agreement for the benefit of lot 16A. So this existing road is there, but once it's subdivided, we needed that easement agreement to be in place. So they've also provided a draft of that. So with that, staff believes all the conditions for that subdivision detailed submission and final plat have been completed, and like I mentioned, the activity envelope and site plan review criteria have also been met. So with that, staff agrees with the P&Z's recommendation that the BOCC approve this application. So with that, I'm done, unless you, if Francie has more detailed questions. I know I did a lot of summarizing.
Thanks, Tammy. Yeah, we'll check in with the board to see if there's any questions for our ComDev staff. Yes, Steve.
Tammy, the only question I have has to do with the service road going to the avalanche structure. It crosses over the property line onto lot 15 and then back into the lot 16. And I just want to make sure that there is an easement on that for them to go out of the property and then back in. And if they don't have an easement, I think it would be wise for them to get an easement.
Steve, that's a really good catch. You know, I did not even notice that it barely clips the edge of lot 15. So, yeah, I'm going to have the applicant address that. Perhaps they do have some kind of agreement just because they have that mitigation wall there. I'm not aware of one, but I'm going to let Mitch answer that. Thanks.
Okay, before we go to Mitch and his presentation, let's check in if there's other questions for Tammy. Francie, I'm sorry, I didn't know if you had your hand up because the screen was being resized. So I'll go to you first, then Patty, then Greg.
I just wanted to thank Tammy for making sure she covered all my bases. I spent quite a bit of time reading this, and so I feel pretty comfortable with it. Thank you, Tammy.
Okay, thank you. All right, Patty?
Great.
My question, and Tammy, I apologize if you mentioned this and I just went through one ear and out the other on my part. What's the future for the existing accessory dwelling unit? Because we had a great deal of discussion with the family that lived there, how long they've been on the property. You know, over the years we've been looking at this application. So is there a plan to still keep that on this new lot?
Yeah, we made it a condition in the resolution that they needed to maintain that, and they represented that they really wanted to keep it. There's a little bit of a funny nuance in our land use code in that we have to, right now, it's considered a primary use because it is going to be the only structure on that parcel until the single family residence is built, and at that point it'll be considered accessory. So it's probably confusing you a little bit more than I'm explaining it, but right now.
Yeah, no, that's what I understood. I just wanted to make sure that because that's where we were going in the past. I just wanted to make sure that was being carried over, and obviously it is. So, yeah, as far as the primary use, we talked about that too, and when the time comes, we'll deal with that issue.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
Yeah, I may have missed it, but did you discuss the West Side Road? And I'm assuming that's just an occasional use service road as well.
Yeah, so that has also just been represented. It's as, you know, a two-track road that's been in existence for quite a while. And they're representing that that's just going to be used to really construct those ponds right at the edge of the parcel and to service, or ponds, I'm sorry, those tanks and, well, I guess the ponds too, but to serve as just construction access. It's not going to be a full-time driveway, and we've conditioned that in the resolution as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and then I have a question about this terminology, limited avalanche mitigation maintenance envelope. Does that exist in our code, or is this specific to this project, and is there like an associated definition with it? So when that shows up on a plat, we know what to reference it to?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, I definitely struggled with how to deal with it because there is no label of such in the land use code, but recognizing that mitigation structure does need to be maintained, and if something does happen, you know, some kind of avalanche event, there's going to be a need for access. So to say there's no way to access that point wouldn't really serve anybody. So staff has taken some creativity in that labeling and conditioning it specific in the resolution to such that, you know, it's only going to be used for the maintenance and repair of that structure in times where there is no, absolutely no chance of an avalanche occurring.
Okay. I guess,
so,
yeah.
I don't know.
I guess I'm wondering if
it's a
we
tricky
just,
one, but
yeah, do we need to make a reference to whatever the final ordinance number is for this then, you know, anywhere else this easement shows up, so it's explained what it is? And I look to John.
Yeah,
Ely,
I mean, I think I can look to John Ely, but we could define it perhaps more in the resolution of exactly, and refer to the resolution on the plat, or vice versa.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Tammy, just to insert not so much a definition, but at least an explanation of what the term is being used for. And typically speaking, there are cross-references between the resolutions of approval and all plats, so that the approval language of the reso can track with the plat, and it can be, examined together.
Okay, that resolves that for me. Thank you. Is there any other questions for staff right now? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Patty, go ahead.
But yeah, just real quick, and this John Ely can probably help with this, but we might have those references already done on our other properties where we have avalanche mitigation structures. One up Castle Creek, further up, I believe, up at Conundrum, and then there's one up, I think Popcorn Lane or something at the east end of town. So that might be a great way to see how we recorded that or addressed it in those other two applications.
Well, there are certainly protection structures all over the county.
Well, those are the only two that popped into my head right now that I know that we did specific mitigation structures, much as the V-type that was on this property. Actually, one of them we might have torn down, the one on Popcorn Lane. I think we took that one down with a new structure that was built there. But just a thought.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll invite Mitch Haas and Steve Wilson. Nice to see you both. Hope you're doing well to, present to the board on this application.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Kelly. Nice to see everybody. Francie, nice to meet you virtually. Everybody else, I think, knows me. I am joined by Steve Wilson of Forum Phi, and somewhere back there, Gary Wright is listening in as well. He's the applicant's legal counsel. Tammy covered everything pretty well, so I don't want to waste too much of your time knowing you've already been here for over 4 hours today. I think maybe I could just run through a couple of points to clarify some of the questions that came up. But overall, this application, detailed final, is very, very much consistent with what was approved at conceptual. I viewed this application as really just kind of dotting the I's and crossing the T's on the conceptual approval, bringing forward more or less the same application, just with a little more detail and further addressing the conditions of approval from that. So that's what we have before you. Is it best maybe, do I do a screen share quickly? I hope every time I try to do it in a BOCC, my computer makes it difficult, so hopefully I'll try it and see what happens.
Okay. We've gotten good at this a year in, so please, you're welcome
we have to have maybe, it tells me Tammy needs to turn hers off or something. Oh, by the way, and while I'm here, thank you. Good job, and thanks for covering everything. I won't have to go over all the little nuances.
Okay, so Tammy stopped sharing. You should be able to now.
There we go. That should work, right?
Yeah.
And then if I hit this button here, whoops, where'd it go? There we go. Everybody can see that, hopefully.
Actually, we see your screensaver now, which is beautiful. Okay, there we go.
Oh.
That looks good.
There we go. Okay, take a second. I don't need to do the vicinity maps thing. I think Tammy covered that. We covered the existing conditions already. Yes, that is the EDU. While I'm there, Patty had asked, yes, the same folks, families still live there. It's a husband and wife and their 2 small children. The wife, is the caretaker and takes care of everything on this property. The husband works at Aspen Valley Hospital, so it's real convenient. He doesn't have to get off of Capitol Creek Road to go to or from work. And they have 2 small children. The only development other than the underground storage tanks for water that were mentioned that is even being contemplated right now at this time is possibly adding a 3rd bedroom to the EDU because they have 2 children and only 2 bedrooms now. So the parents and both children are sharing a bedroom, which works for a little while, but one's a boy, one's a girl, doesn't work going forward as they hit their teenage years. So that's the only thing really being thought of right now, and that would actually use some of the floor area that was allotted to Lot 16B through the growth management process for that additional bedroom. So let's see, if I skip down, the question Steve asked, yes, this road, I don't know, I think it was built for construction of the avalanche mitigation wall. And you see the strange shape of the property here. That was the result of a lot line adjustment that was done with the owners of Lot 15 to enable construction of that avalanche deflection wall. Oddly enough, I have to admit that I do not know if we have an easement in place right now for this little piece. If we don't, we will for sure take care of that. But clearly the Lot 15 owner is aware of this since a lot line adjustment was done with them for the specific purposes of the applicant acquiring the land to build the avalanche deflection wall. So let's see, moving forward, you know, everything jumps in different sizes. Here's just a little, I think you've seen these before, but a little intro. When you come into the property from Midnight Mine Road down here, that's the paved driveway that runs through the whole length of the property to the existing home. And the existing EDU is served directly off of that as well. This little gate down lower on the property is that lower or westerly drive we were talking about. That's been in existence for quite some time. It's used really just in the spring, summer months for accessing the landscaped portions of Lot 16A. So it's used just as a maintenance road for the landscapers. The plan is to use that same existing road for access to bury and install the 5 25,000-gallon tanks and then restore the site. Let's see where we go here. So a little bit more in the background. This was the previous envelopes that were originally on the property. All we've done really is cut off a corner of it that was steeper slopes with the plat, and that was done as part of the growth management approval. And this is where we ended up. So the envelope basically the same, but without that corner. And the new lot line down here so that this existing maintenance road stays within the parcel that it serves. This is the plat Tammy was showing you. We have already recorded a driveway easement through lot 16B for the benefit of lot 16A, and that's referenced here. We then, I think, moving to and along with that, we have also provided with this application a draft growth management covenant with all the commitments that were made in the growth management. If we get to the point where this is approved and we're recording everything, we will record the covenant concurrent with the plat, concurrent with the activity envelope plans and site plans for 16A. So this is basically the lot 16A. I just kind of highlight 16B, excuse me, activity envelope plan. I just highlighted the activity envelopes. This was the envelope that was approved previously. What we've done with this application is just what should have been done in the first place. Added an envelope around the existing improvements for access. It's just a matter of good planning and anything you do in that road, like if we have to tear something up in the pavement to install utilities or whatever, this way it's already in an envelope. And then what we have done in response to the recommended condition of approval, we'll make this a little more formal when we go to record it, was labeling this piece, this little leg, as required in the proposed resolution limited avalanche mitigation maintenance activity envelope, with a note at the bottom explaining that it's maintenance and repair to the avalanche mitigation structure shall only occur when there's no chance of an avalanche event occurring. That's also the required language. To me, that means summertime when there's no chance of an avalanche. If we need more formal language and a reference to the condition of approval in the resolution, that's obviously acceptable to us because that's the intent. So whatever language just says this roadway is not for anything other than that purpose works for us. The other lot, which is the fathering parcel, existing development, again, we had a condition at conceptual review that required submission with this detailed final application of a site plan for the water augmentation project. So I figured that, I took that to mean put in an activity envelope and site plan for this lot. Might as well do it all at one time. So what we have is an envelope along the existing driveway, around the existing garage so that we can do that demolition work and then restore the ground there within an envelope. And an envelope around the existing improvements at the bottom of the property where there's a house, and this whole area is all just landscaped outdoor yard space, if you will, with a tennis court. And as you can see, that road we were talking about comes in from Midnight Mine Road, the service road, and continues as a 2-track road right up to about this area here. The new 5 water storage tanks will be buried right in the yard, in the lawn. So it makes perfect sense to use that 2-track road to do that construction and not disturb anything new in the process. We've drawn, like we started to on the other lot, an envelope around the existing road to get to the avalanche mitigation structure for those purposes. And again, the same label and notation we would add to it. And, you know, if you want to add language for the second reading, that's going to be acceptable as well. I don't know, it might as well, while we're here, a little detail. So what happens here is these 5 tanks get buried under the lawn. There's an existing inlet pipe that's buried in the ground that serves these ponds.
the new tanks will tie right into that existing pipe for water intake. And then they tie back out. There's an existing outlet pond, right? Outlet pipe here that returns water to the to the gulch. So it's just tying in with existing pipes. And as you can see in the section, you dig a big hole, put in the 5 tanks on the horizontally, lay them down on the ground on top of some gravel, backfill, and then lay back down the sod and restore it to the same grade. That area is within the avalanche hazard area, but that work would obviously take place in the summertime and then be buried, and it's not outdoor structures and would have no bearing on the avalanche hazard. I think that kind of covers everything. I would say, let me give some prettier pictures. We are perfectly fine with all the recommended conditions of approval. I don't have anything I need to go over there or try to discuss in any way. And again, it's, like I said, consistent with what was approved previously. Hopefully that covers everything.
Okay, thank you, Mitch. Any questions for Mitch, Greg, then Francie?
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Mitch. Great presentation. It looks clear and it all looks great. I was just wondering about the health of the forest in there, and you've got diversity of some species and some age diversity in your forest. I know probably the quality of the property depends a lot on the health of those trees. How is the ongoing maintenance and health forecast looking?
My understanding is the property is doing beautifully. It's largely an aspen grove, the property, and some scattered, as you can see in the pictures, mainly around the drive and entrance, conifers. Everything, as I understand, it's doing quite well. There have been no issues. The owners stay on top of it, especially with a caretaker who lives on site year round. You know, and they have tree service come out all the time to do any necessary maintenance or deal with any kind of disease or pests. So as far as I know, everything's doing quite well.
Francie?
Hi, I have a question about, nice to meet you, Mitch. I have a question about the avalanche mitigation area. I was on working for Country Day when that huge landslide came through, and so I know very up close and personal what those can look like. And by the way, it was the second half of May. It wasn't in the winter. It was a year where there was an exceptional amount of snow, but it was pretty intimidating and pretty scary and very messy. Right. And I'm wondering if there's an agreement with the owners of Lot 15 about what's going to happen with, if there is a flow, whether it's a landslide or an avalanche, and instead of it coming through onto Lot 16, it's going to be spread out over Lot 15, and whether there needs to be some understanding of what happens in that case, or whether Lot 15 is very aware of what could happen when they gave the permission to build the wall. Just what is the status of the repercussions of a large landslide or avalanche?
You know, I'm not aware of any kind of agreement. You know, what we have is, what we've done is avoid the hazard here. So, you know, so Lot 16B, you see where the envelope is. This was the blue zone here on that lot, going up into 15. And then the red zone shows up more on the next, on the existing lot, where you have, this is blue zone here, excuse me, red zone, and then this whole area is blue, so the lesser hazard. And that's all been changed, the dynamics, by this wall. So you can see obviously the blue zone now spreads around the improvements because of that wall. As far as Lot 15 goes, yeah, I mean, they're uphill of this lot. So obviously, any dynamics, any avalanche event would run through them first before hitting this property. So I can't speak to what they have or haven't done there. I would presume they've followed Pickens County regulations in developing and avoided hazards or mitigated to the extent they were unavoidable. But I'm not aware of any agreements. You know, I would think if there were an agreement, it would be, 15 wanting 16 to understand that it might flow through their property and still get to 16, as opposed to the other way around. But nothing of record or on the title that pertains to that.
You're still muted. You're muted, Francie.
I was thinking about the deflections off the wall so that instead of flowing through, it would be dispersed over lot 15. I don't know, what kind of activities and improvements are on lot 15? Is it developed already?
I believe there's a home up there, yeah. The lot 15 owners, I know they've been aware and involved because when the filings originally went in for water court for the augmentation, they had submitted, some objections that their attorneys and the water attorneys for this property worked out. And then the proper paperwork went through the water courts. So they've been aware of everything proposed. I can't speak to their level of support other than to say they haven't objected either through conceptual or detailed final application processes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions for Mitch? Okay, I don't see any. Oh, Patty, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, I have a question in general for both Tammy, either Tammy or Mitch. Do we want to write anything into the resolution about the clarification of the easement where the road crosses over for the avalanche mitigation issue?
So, Tammy?
Yeah, I'd say we definitely, if they're crossing over that property and, we're approving that road for that use, we probably would want an easement. I was just looking to see if they could realign that so that they're not crossing lot 15.
Well, why don't we just start with the applicant will evaluate the easement. Maybe the existing one that we're not aware of, as Mitch said. If not, they'll either get an easement or realign the road so that the road is on the appropriate property or in line with an easement. So just a statement about that, just so we don't forget. Just, I know Mitch is getting older. He's moving on in years. We don't want him to forget this most important part.
Unfortunately, my memory is questionable these days.
Oh, you still look young and sprite to me.
A couple of times.
Okay, and I'll note, this is a first reading, right? So this will have to come back to us for second reading. So perhaps we, ensure that is resolved either by amending the resolution for second reading or that Mitch, can produce that access similar to the other access that was required.
Yeah, and I can see what Gary's able to dig up on this too. I mean, I know the road's been there for a number of years now, but hopefully it's not something like where we have to do a prescriptive easement or anything like that.
Okay, since this is a public hearing, I'm going to go ahead and open it for public hearing. And members of the public, you're welcome to call in and provide comment on our resolution approving JCH LLC subdivision detailed submission final plat activity envelope and site plan. Do we have anybody that's called in? We don't. We'll give it a minute, since there is usually a lag between our conversation and what folks see at home on Grassroots TV, which is now working again. Okay, not seeing anyone joining us, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Greg?
I would make a motion that we approve the resolution approving JCH LLC subdivision detailed submission and final plat, activity and site plan. And this is the first reading. I don't know when the second reading would be. Do we have a date for that yet?
I think
what do I say?
February 10th.
February 10th, to February 10th. Second reading, February 10th. And do I need to amend it to add detail regarding this possible easement at this time?
I don't believe so. Since it's a first reading, they can resolve it in the resolution for second reading.
Okay.
Is that correct, John Ely?
Great.
Yeah, that's
right.
what I would suggest. If it's resolved, we don't need to put it in the reso for second read. If it's not, you need to mention it in the reso for second read.
Got it then. No additional motion then to
And
that motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Thank you, Patty. Any additional discussion? Steve?
To comment, this is, to me, is one of the better applications that we've probably ever seen in the county. It's really good, solid application.
It's true.
I really appreciate the work that has been put into it and totally approve of it.
Great.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All right, we will see you guys at second reading on February 10th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night. All right, we're almost at the end of our day. We've made it to open discussion, so I will check in at John Peacock. Any open discussion items for us, please?
Kelly, no open discussion items. I'm here to listen in to you.
Okay, thank you. It looks like, Steve, you have an open discussion?
Yes, today there was a text message and also an email sent out about ESI Net is coming to Picken County 911. What is ESI Net? I haven't even clicked on the link yet because it seemed like it could be a fake, a scam kind of a thing, but I want to double check on that and see what's happening on our 911.
John Peacock, do you have any info on that topic?
Yeah, so it's I'm actually trying to think of how to describe this. Steve, you may click on the link, first of all. That is from us, but basically it's an IP network that's used for emergency service communications, and it will help enhance our ability to track back. I'm sorry, Steve, I am really not explaining this very well.
Maybe this is another question for Jeff Kruger.
This would probably be for Brett Loeb.
Okay. Maybe you could find out more about it. I will go ahead and click on the link and maybe it totally explains it.
Yeah, it's basically the state of Colorado is shifting over to this. It's a public safety answering point, and it's basically an internet-based protocol for our 911 systems, and it allows for better location of if you're calling from a wireless device or an IP phone, to be able to locate those callers like you have on a traditional landline. So I apologize, I'm not explaining this very well, but I will, we'll maybe ask Brett to come in during open discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering regarding strange emails. I received an email entitled Crime Alert, and I'm wondering if anyone else got that around 10 o'clock this morning. And it has the tagline that says homicide suspect in your area, and it looks like a bulletin from the police or the county or something like that. I think it's a spoof or a phishing thing, and I wanted to confirm. I wouldn't
click on that one, Greg.
You didn't get it or didn't?
No.
Okay. I sent it to Carrie Fleischman, thinking she might be the one to, so anyway, just wanted to give you a warning. And there's also another one with no before as the name of the link, which seems to be a filter, but it all looks so suspicious that I stopped short and just sent them to Carrie. Okay, that's my public service announcement. There could be yet another phishing scheme, and they're getting more sophisticated.
Okay, good reminder. Any other open discussion? Okay. I'll just say I forgot to wish Dolly Parton happy birthday. Her 75th birthday was last week, and she's my favorite in the whole wide world and such a bridger of people. So got to give her a shout out. And with that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, Steve. A second, please. Come on, folks.
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right.
Ready to go.
Yeah. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right. Take care, everybody. We will see you next week. Thank you, Terry, for helping us with Zoom, and thank you, Grassroots.
See y'all. Thank you.
Goodbye.